If you're a content creator of any kind, you need to start using Artlist for your videos. I'm Ryan, I'm a filmmaker.
Good morning and welcome everyone to the 2021 WACJ virtual conference. We are going to get today started off wonderfully with our starting remarks from some members of our executive board as well as the president of ACJS. So if you will, please everyone give a virtual round of applause to our president, Mark Rufiniego, and everyone else that are introducing the welcoming remarks for our conference.
Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me. If not, see my face. My name is Mark Rufiniego, and I am the president of the Western Association of Criminal Justice. Welcome to our 2021 conference. It has been an interesting few years to be the head of this organization. It's been, we've dealt with some unique challenges that are very difficult for a small academic conference to deal with, namely COVID. So we haven't been able to have what we would traditionally consider to be our usual gathering for a couple of years now. So it is nice to be here today and to be able to put on this conference and help with the dissemination of evidence-based practices and research in criminal justice, which is actually the theme of this conference. It would be great if we could be here in real life like we normally are, but that is not possible. So thank you so much for all of you who have made an effort to be here today. Thank you for being a part of our conference. It's been a lot of work to put on this conference, and a lot of people have put in some real good work behind it. So I would like to say thank you to our executive board, to Jessica Wells, our web advisor, and to everybody else who helped put on this conference as well. We have some great presentations over the next few days, and I hope that everybody enjoys them. So I would like to take a moment and turn it over to Jennifer Noble, another WACJ executive board member and our incoming 2022 president as well. Jennifer, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Hi, everyone. I'm Jennifer Noble. I'm from California State University, Sacramento. Thank you very much for joining us for our virtual conference. While we would all prefer to be seeing each other face to face, I'm sure. I'm really grateful that the attendees and the presenters have taken time to do yet another Zoom event and to join us virtually today and tomorrow. I want to thank my fellow board members of unprecedented weirdness. We've really worked hard to keep full. Last year we hosted 2 nights of panels where members could share their research and also best practices for teaching. And I know I incorporated a lot of that information into teaching in the last year online. Anytime during this virtual conference that I get access to a microphone, I'm going to send out special gratitude to Marianne and Jessica and Andy, who have been so instrumental in making today's event happen. Thank you very much for your hard work. It's so greatly appreciated. And special thanks also to Mark, who is been leading WACJ for 2 years. This board has met more often, I suspect, than usual. Unfortunately, mostly because we have been debating whether or not we're going to cancel another in-person event. It's been wonderful to work with Mark in the last 2 years. I've learned so much from him about how an academic conference gets put together and how an academic organization is run. It's been really wonderful. So I look forward to seeing all of you next year in person and in Reno in October of 2022. Fingers crossed, we will be there in person. And I want to introduce Heather Pfeiffer from ACJS, our president of ACJS, joining us this morning. So thank you, Heather.
Good morning. Hi, all. I'm sorry, you're not seeing me. I don't know why, but my video, but that's okay because it's Zoom again. But I really appreciate you allowing me to join you to kick off your meeting this year. I was really looking forward to come out to Spokane, but I understand the reasoning behind it and all. And so I commend you for pivoting so quickly and being able to still offer this opportunity for your members to get together and to share their research and to just, have that opportunity to network. Thankfully, I mean, knock on wood, we are going to have an in-person meeting in Las Vegas in March. It'll be March 16th is the kickoff for it, going through that weekend. And I hope many of you had the opportunity to submit your abstracts to the system to be included in this year's program. One of your wonderful colleagues, Stephanie Mizrahi, has been instrumental in helping me put the program together this year. She's working collaboratively with my program co-chairs. And so we all are going to be heading out to Vegas in a few short weeks to see the site for the first time and to put our program together. So I hope to see many of your names included in the many panels and roundtables and workshops that we would like to feature. I am just so grateful that people are so engaged, and I know everyone's very anxious to get back in person to share what they're doing. But I think what we're largely missing is just the opportunity to see our colleagues and to be able to catch up and make those connections. It's been a long 2 years of virtual conferencing. So I hope you will join us in Vegas. We've got a lot of wonderful things planned. So please make sure to go on the ACJS website and you can see the preliminary programs outline, but the final program will be released in early December. So you can look through and see all the activities and the feature panels and our wonderful keynote speaker, Father Greg Boyle, the founder of Homeboy Industries, will be presenting on Thursday and spending the day with us. So if you have any questions, or you've got any thoughts on this that you'd like to share, please feel free to email me. My email address is on the website. I can say it now, but people inevitably always kind of muck up my last name for spelling and all, but I would be delighted to hear from you. And I wish you all the best and a very successful and engaged conference this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. And I believe Stephanie has a few words also.
Okay, I'm unmuting. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, and hopefully my video will come in. And hopefully I don't look like something the cat dragged in. Zoom never does do well with that. Well, welcome everybody. We're so excited to have you here in our virtual conference. We wish it could have been in Spokane, but wasn't to be. I just wanted to echo a few things from Heather about our upcoming national meeting in Vegas. We're very excited and keeping all fingers and toes crossed that no more bad things happen and we get to meet there. We also have some exciting things going, and in particular, one that might be particularly relevant to WACJ is we've got a pub style trivia night going on Wednesday, and we can do teams. And so since we weren't able to do our traditional quiz bowl this year, and I think, Mark, maybe we'll talk about this more at the general business meeting, or you can email the board, but we are looking to put together maybe 1 or 2 WACJ teams for the trivia night. Our own Andrew Giacomosi is going to be the master of ceremonies, so that should be a lot of fun. We all know how well he does at that. There are also going to be a number of tours available. They have limited access, so those will be posted on the website, I believe, January 4th. And so please keep an eye out on that for registration. And then finally, I would urge everybody, if you are at Vegas, to please put on your calendar our regional general business meeting. Those usually take place Wednesday at 5. Just following the ice cream social. So come get ice cream and then join your general business meeting for the region. That's the only 2 general business meetings that we have during the year are during our annual meeting in October and then at the ACJS conference in March. So we look forward to seeing everybody there. And then finally, this is my last few months as Region 5 trustee. My term ends in March, and I know any one of the candidates running, and you'll hear more about them as we get toward the ballot in November, will be wonderful. And I'm looking forward to turning it over to them. But in the meantime, as I finish off my term, if there's any concerns that you have or any questions about what happens with national or anything you want me to raise with the board, please feel free to email me and I will be glad to pass those concerns on, and look forward to seeing everybody in Vegas, and hopefully we'll take home a bragging rights or 2 for the trivia contest. So that's all I have for the moment, Mark. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Jennifer, Heather, and Stephanie, for your opening remarks. Thank you for the over-the-top praise as well, Jennifer. But I would really like to say thank you again to the rest of the WACJ executive board and Jessica, Marianne, Andy. All of you put in so much work to make this conference happen, and we are all eternally grateful for that. Just as Stephanie mentioned, at 2 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Mountain Time, we will be having our WACJ general business meeting. That is open to everybody, so you can drop in that as well. We'll be going over just the business aspects of WACJ. We'll be going over the financial report. We'll be taking nominations for certain positions as well. So if you're interested in that, that is at 2 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Mountain Time. Our first event is actually scheduled for 11 o'clock Mountain Time. And I believe Jessica is introing that, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, Mike, you're correct. So we'll give everyone a quick break just to kind of think about everything that's happened, maybe email Heather or Stephanie with any questions, suggestions, or excitement they may have about the ice cream social, because that's always my favorite. And then maybe get some coffee if you're on the West Coast, maybe get a Coke if you're on the East Coast. So we'll go ahead and have a quick break and let the presenters start getting ready for their presentations, and we'll meet back here in about 12 minutes or so. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, board. We will be right back.
If you're a content creator of any kind, you need to start using Artlist for your videos. I'm Ryan, filmmaker.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone got a great cup of coffee or tea or something. So we will go ahead and get started with our first event one. So this will be a panel on policing. So it's special topics in policing research. So we'll have 3 presentations for this panel. And I will go ahead and hand it off to our team from Washington State University to talk about the CRD, PSS, and the PANS to record policing interactions, documenting observable behavioral cues of cognitive impairment.
Good morning, everyone. Let me share my screen here. All right. So my name is Casey Chatburn, and I am a first-year graduate student in the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology at Washington State University. And today I'll be presenting my research on the application of the CRD, PSS, and PANSS to recorded police interactions. We documented observable behavioral cues of cognitive impairment. To start out, I'll outline the problem. Currently, there's a gap in research between crisis intervention training and how officers apply it in the field. So while officers are introduced to common behavioral cues associated with cognitive impairment, they have no real exposure to them in the field. They receive minimal training on recognizing the signs, told what they are and what they mean. But that's about it. There's currently no research on what these behaviors look like in police interactions. How are they displayed specifically in these situations that are high stress and controlled by an authoritative figure? There's also no research on which of these behavioral cues are most frequently observed in these interactions, which ones are associated with escalations in emotional intensity, or how officers respond to these behaviors when they encounter them in the field. To solve this problem, we had to look at literature outside of criminal justice into psychology and emergency psychiatry. And we found 2 scales that group behavioral cues associated with cognitive impairment into behavioral domains for assessment purposes. So our goal is to develop a cognitive emotional screening tool for officers to assess a subject's mental status during an interaction. Currently, they do not have a screening tool to apply, and we would like to develop one that includes a wide spectrum of behaviors that can be easily identified by officers, either visually or by verbally questioning the subject. So to develop our behavioral inventory and operationalize cognitive impairment, we looked at behaviors of interest in the subjects, specifically verbal and nonverbal behaviors associated with cognitive impairment that we could accurately assess on body-worn camera footage. We based our behavioral inventory on these 2 scales because they covered a wide range of symptoms that would apply. The first one, the clinician-rated dimensions of psychosis symptom severity, is from the DSM-5 and is currently in use. It groups all the behavioral cues of interest into 8 domains. The other scale is used for schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. That's the positive and negative symptom scale. It groups many of those same behavioral cues into 5 domains. I chose to base our behavioral inventory on the CRD PSS because hallucinations and delusions each have their own category. Also, depression and anxiety are separated, and since they have very different clinical presentations, I felt that their domain breakdown was more applicable. From these 2 scales, we developed this behavioral domain right here. Get this out of the way. So we have 8 behavioral domains and 26 behavioral cues associated with those domains that we can observe on body-worn camera footage. Some of these are commonly known, others are lesser known. So I'd like to review just a few of them. Under disorganized speech, looseness of associations is when an individual's sentences are not related to each other or phrases within a sentence are not connected. An example of this would be someone who says, "I love Christmas, roses bloom in April, my lucky number is 7. Each individual statement makes sense, but when you group them together, there's no logical association. Word salad is also less common. In this presentation, there seems to be no connection between any of the words in the sentence. They appear to be selected at random. The subject may make vocalizations and emphasis in their speech as if they're communicating a logical message, but it's basically nonsense. An example of this would be if someone said something like, "Purple ice balloon rises green in March." None of that makes any sense. None of those words are associated. The next behavior of interest are stereotypies, which are less commonly known. These are repetitive actions with no clear purpose. They can be physical actions, such as opening and closing a door that you're not going through or inviting someone else through, repetitively pushing buttons, or rubbing an object for no clear reason. They can also be verbal behaviors, such as repeating phrases or sentences. This behavioral cue is commonly observed in patients with OCD, developmental delays, even Tourette syndrome, and some cases of drug and alcohol use. Behavioral disorganization is the next of interest. These are behaviors that are not necessarily dangerous, but are quite bizarre. Usually to assess this type of behavior, we use what's called the subway test. So if someone was exhibiting this behavior while standing on a crowded subway platform, would it cause the other people on the platform to move away from them? Again, it's not necessarily dangerous, but definitely bizarre. An example of this would be an individual wearing full snowboarding gear in the middle of July while talking to themselves. None of those actions are inherently dangerous, but you combine them together and they certainly capture attention. The next one I would like to talk about is tearfulness. Depression was a difficult domain to operationalize because most of the indications are not observable. The only two that could be observable were tearfulness and suicidal statements. Tearfulness can be a tough one because people cry for a lot of reasons. You don't necessarily have to be depressed. But I decided to include it because it is a measure used on the Beck Depression Inventory. So they think it's important, and we just had limited observable cues, but we paired this with suicidal statements so that we could take a look at the difference in those variables. The last one I'd like to review is flight of ideas. That's just rapid speech with frequent and abrupt changes in topic. It's often associated with drug-induced mania. So this is the behavioral inventory that we developed, and we coded for all of these behavioral cues in these 8 domains. To draw our sample, we accessed archived body-worn camera footage from the CSI lab at Washington State University, where we coordinate with police agencies and they give us access to their footage. We focused on interactions that were either dispatched or officer initiated but involved a criminal complaint. We had body camera footage available and the entire interaction occurred in a public area. These interactions were pre-screened for emotional intensity in the subject and grouped by low, medium, and high emotional intensity. When we applied these criteria, we found 224 interactions that met those criteria. To code those interactions, we used social modeling and applied the behavioral inventory I showed previously to each of the behaviors. If the behavior was not present, we coded 0, and then we coded 1 or other numbers to indicate the presence of the domain and the associated behavioral cue. For these behaviors, we recorded start and stop times so we could take a look at duration and other time measures. And all of the behavioral cue screening was done by a behavioral health nurse who's trained and certified with over 10 years of experience. For our results, in general, 49% of our interactions contained at least one cue associated with cognitive impairment. We've broken it down there by number of behavioral cues. The majority of those interactions displayed only one, but there were others that displayed multiple cues within a single symptom domain or across symptom domains. As the emotional intensity of the subject increased, the number of behavioral cues observed also increased. So our low intensity interactions had behavioral cues in 41% of them, For a medium intensity, it increased 48%, and for a high intensity, it increased to 61%. When we break our results down by domain, our top three behavioral cues observed, our most common was the depression, 37% of interactions, followed by impaired cognition and abnormal psychomotor behavior. We also broke those down by emotional intensity to see if we could find any patterns. The same three appeared consistently. So for medium intensity, depression, impaired cognition, and the psychomotor behaviors. For high intensity, depression was again first, and those same second and third just in opposite order. And then for our low intensity interactions, again, depression and impaired cognition, but for this category, disorganized speech was more observable over the disorganized behavior. So this is our results by behavioral cue. And the ones in red are what we did observe in the footage. The ones crossed out in black, we did not observe in our sample. So our top three that were observed, I'm sorry. So these are the results. So when we looked at subsequent observed cues or domains where more than one cue of that domain was observed, 4 categories had this happening. So in mania, 25% of those interactions displayed 2 or more cues. For negative symptoms, it was 20%, and then less for depression and psychomotor behavior. Our final element that we looked at was officer validation statements. So we were interested in knowing if the officer made a statement or asked a question of the subject that verified they were detecting these behaviors. Overall, 26% of our interactions included a validation statement by the officer. The behaviors they were most likely to pick up on or make a statement about were abnormal psychomotor behavior, negative symptoms, and impaired cognition. So a general summary, we did observe 7 of the 8 symptom domains in our study. The only domain missing from our observations was hallucinations, and we suspect this may be due to a limited sample size. We drew our sample from a single police agency that is a moderately sized agency. So it could just be that we didn't have an opportunity to screen for that type of behavior. They just didn't encounter it in our sample. The individual cues that were most frequently observed were tearfulness, confusion, behavioral disorganization, and looseness of associations. The future of this research, we'd like to continue by screening a sample of no emotionality interactions to see if these also are observable in those interactions. We'd like to look further at our time measures. So how far into the interaction do these behavioral cues first appear? What is the duration of the behavior? And how long does it take for the officer to detect it? For our verbal validation, we would like to find out if the use and timing of these statements by officers impacts the subject's behavior. That kind of ties into our questions on de-escalation. In these interactions, is there an association between the cue and use of de-escalation? For example, does a verbal validation statement act as its own form of de-escalation? So that's the future course of our research. We're looking forward to presenting those results to you at a future conference. Here's a list of our references and the contact information for our research team. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassie. That was wonderful. I have so many questions for you, but I'm going to hold them till the end. I hope the rest of you will use the Q&A function below to submit questions for any of our panelists that they will answer at the end. You can also use the chat function if you would like. So now we're going to move on to a presentation looking at police views on collaborating with recovery coaches. I will hand it off to the next presenters.
Thank you, Jessica. It's really a pleasure. I'd just like to say that myself and Laurie Becker are very pleased to be here today. We're from the East Coast, so we were looking forward to maybe taking a trip to Spokane, but with COVID, we all have to understand that. So the title of our paper today is "Let's Work Together: Police Views on Collaborating with Recovery Coaches." I'm Sean Verano. I'm a professor of criminal justice the Roger Williams University, which is a small private university in Bristol, Rhode Island. And my collaborator today is Lori Becker, who is a PhD student at the University of Massachusetts at Lowell and a graduate of our master's program at Roger Williams. Lori, you want to initiate the slide? Lori's going to control our slides today. So we just want to talk about, prior to us really sort of presenting the research, just to give a context of our question. So I don't have to really tell anybody here that the opioids epidemic, both fatal and non-fatal overdoses, has really created for most of our states a public health crisis that prior to COVID would have been routinely identified as really one of the most pressing public health / public safety problems facing our communities today. When we look to the Northeast region of the United States, which certainly has been really hit by the opiate issue, really when we look to the year 2012, 2013, really at that point, something's really changed within our community problems. Not that we were any stranger to serious problems with both fatal and non-fatal overdoses, but something changed within the, either the nature of the drugs on our street or the using habits of consumers within our communities. But we really saw an exponential and really a sustained increase in both fatal and non-fatal overdoses. Taking Massachusetts as an example, when we look to the year 2017, there was over 1,600 fatal opiate overdoses in that 1 year alone. And just to provide a context, really to give a benchmark for the magnitude of that problem, if you really look to two other very pressing public safety issues, if we look to homicide or we look to fatal car crashes, in that same year that there was over 1,600 fatal opiate overdoses, there was 171 homicides in the state of Massachusetts and 333 traffic fatalities. So certainly that gives a context to really communicate, I think, in pretty clear terms that we were, and in many ways continue to, really be facing a crisis. Now, when we look to the dangers that are facing our communities, it is really our police, our first responders that are on really the front lines of this crisis. Laura, you mind? All right. So again, it's well known, and when you can look at the literature, sort of that really identifies what I would argue to be sort of cutting edge approaches to really to addressing opiate issues. The police and other first responders are uniquely positioned in that they have a real front row seat to this crisis. There's been a lot of research done within New England, out of Brown University and out of Boston Medical, that really looks at the involvement of police in this sort of public health approaches to policing. This crisis, as observed by many scholars, has really demanded that the police do something more about this problem. And when we think about sort of police tradition and habit of doing more about a crime problem, that doing more is quite frankly often viewed through a deterrence lens. But there's been some demonstrated really commitment across New England in particular, but certainly a lot of examples across in the United States of police thinking in more collaborative and more creative, and I would argue more public health ways about this problem. And this, I'm very intrigued by how policing got to this point. I think police, certainly within Massachusetts, across Rhode Island, were making serious movement into adopting more public health approaches to overdose well before a lot of the demands for reform and engagement of civilians in policing in the post-Georgia Floyd world. I think there's a set of important questions about why were police, really making a transition into that space. And I would argue, really based a lot of the work that Lori and I have done across the New England area, you hear police routinely acknowledge this reality that we can't arrest our way out of this overdose problem. And as part of that argument has been the recognition that there's something that we can't do. We can't take these enforcement approaches, but also there was a tacit acceptance that we need to be creative. So when we think about creativity within policing, when we think about innovation in policing as it relates to the opiate issue, we have really observed across New England a greater willingness, a greater tendency, and demonstrated action to really take on a public health approach. And what does that mean? I mean, when we talk about, I've often used the term public health policing or collaborative policing. When we use those terms in the context of public disorder, in the context of overdoses in this case, what does that mean in practice? Well, in many cases, the first example, there's a lot of examples of police really de-emphasizing arrest-based strategies and really adopting, where possible, diversion or deflection-oriented approaches. That is, where possible, where people are brought into the criminal justice system from a diversion approach, are there opportunities for us to divert them to really treatment-oriented approaches? And, some program models that you may or may not be aware of, it's called LEAD, which is a sort of a standard program model that some police departments across the United States are adopting. And also the notion of deflection, which is to not just divert people, but to stop them from coming into the criminal justice system, from the beginning. And again, I think there's a lot of evidence that there's a lot of movement in this space. The second, and one of the more interesting examples, is really a greater willingness and a demonstrated interest on the part of police to integrate harm reduction approaches into their operations. And I just think, as of when I started some early work in policing in the opiate space, probably 2012, harm reduction, carrying things like naloxone, carrying harm reduction kits where police give people clean needles or fentanyl test strips, those sort of things. That, to say that was a taboo idea is an understatement. And so, but I do think that in many ways, the carrying of naloxone by police across the United States has really opened them up to reconsider some ideas that were initially really considered taboo. The third example, which is really our interest here today, is a demonstrated willingness on police to collaborate with non-traditional partners, in many cases civilians. And one of those interesting examples is really the partnerships that we see evolving. Again, many of these partnerships were coming online prior to George Floyd, and a lot of the dialogue around police reform across the United States, but there's a greater willingness to involve civilians in policing space. And certainly recovery coaches being one of those interesting example of police-civilian partnerships. All right. So we are, again, really interested in understanding sort of where is the culture of policing in terms of these partnerships. So the partnerships between police and recovery coaches are one example. What I would argue, and that's what Laurie would argue, is real examples of innovation within policing. And certainly we found across the New England region, up until not too long ago, the idea of having a recovery coach in the front seat of a patrol car to do this collaborative based policing was really unthinkable. I mean, recovery coaches by definition are people in your recovery. People sometimes with colorful criminal histories, or certainly histories of antagonistic relationships with the police. And so really, from not only the lens of police partnering with recovery coaches, but really through the lens of recovery coaches also partnering with police, this was not always really seen as a viable alternative. In part because police, quite frankly, have traditionally seen themselves as the crime control experts, right? I have all the expertise I need right in this patrol car, and it's in the driver's seat. And again, the colorful histories of recovery coaches often, again, if police department has a strict policy that says somebody with a criminal history can't, work for a police department or can't be in partnership with the police, that becomes a barrier. And again, as I had said, what we found early on, that barrier was not only put up by police, but in many ways was put up by recovery coaches themselves. As we start to see greater willingness and openness to this idea of creative public health approaches and partnerships, it really is incumbent on us to understand, where are police, what are police attitudes toward, this collaborative based approach to working with recovery coaches. So I think I'm going to make the transition to Laurie now, that's going to talk about some of the research that we've done across New England.
Sure, thank you, Sean. So I'll start off with the purpose of our research was to better understand what officer attitudes were toward collaborating with recovery coaches. And we did this by collecting data between February and September of last year. right in the middle of COVID, through electronic surveys via Qualtrics that were sent to police officers working in city and town departments within Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut, 3 New England states. And these states were specifically chosen as they had been substantially impacted by this current opioid crisis and impacted earlier than some of the other states in the country. So we thought they would have a lot of experience in this area to share with us around this topic. So an overview of the analysis plan. Univariate analysis was first conducted to examine police views toward collaboration, and we follow that up with some multivariate analysis to determine if any factors predict these views and what those factors would be. So in terms of our sample, 674 surveys were returned from officers over 90 departments in the 3 states, indicating a 15% response rate. And while we do recognize that this is a lower response rate than we would have liked to have seen, there's a lot of heterogeneity within the sample in terms of the police departments, the officers themselves, and the departments in terms of their geographic distribution throughout the 3 states. In terms of variables, our main dependent variable here is police recovery coach collaboration. This was measured using one indicator: recovery coaches should be able to work in the police station. We also had 3 groups of independent variables. Group 1 included the work-related variables such as years served, whether the officer is a member of command staff, which we operationalized as patrol officer or sergeant and above as command staff, and department size, demographic related variables, including highest level of education, gender, and race. And lastly, exposure to addiction, including personally knowing someone who's suffering from addiction and their overdose response likelihood on a given shift. The second group of independent variables includes the officer's views on policing as it specifically relates to drug enforcement, including their drug enforcement view. Do they have more of a crime control or service-oriented view as it relates to drug enforcement? And whether they believe that it's the responsibility of police in particular to encourage overdose survivors to enter treatment. And lastly, attitudes toward those who use drugs, including recovery coaches themselves. So individual responsibility: do officers believe that addiction is the responsibility of those who are using, kind of getting at that concept of, is addiction a choice or is it more of a disease? And coach effectiveness: how effective do they believe recovery coaches are? And lastly, comfort working with the coaches. So starting off, 95% of officers agreed or strongly agreed that recovery coaches can be good role models for individuals with substance use disorder. And 97%, nearly all of them, believe that recovery coaches can help individuals with substance use disorder enter treatment. So obviously we can see there's very little variability here, showing that most officers do have an agreement around recovery coaches being beneficial for individuals with substance use disorder in terms of their treatment. A pair of police officers going on outreach visits without a recovery coach. 2/3 of officers, 66%, believe that a pair of officers without the recovery coach would not be as effective, indicating that there is some effectiveness here that the recovery coach can bring to the table that the police officers cannot on their own. 85% of officers are at least somewhat comfortable working with recovery coaches for overdose prevention purposes, and over half of them are comfortable or very comfortable. And lastly, looking at our dependent variable, recovery coaches should be able to work in the police station. The slight majority here, 52%, agree or strongly agree that recovery coaches should be embedded in the police department itself. Looking at some multivariate analysis, we used binary logistic regression to determine which variables served as predictors of police recovery coach collaboration. And we found that the following groups of officers were significantly more likely to hold positive views toward this collaboration, including officers who identify as white, officers who personally know someone in their life suffering from addiction, officers who view encouraging treatment as the responsibility of police, officers who view individuals as being responsible for their addiction, and officers who are comfortable working with recovery coaches. On the other hand, here, officers who are found to hold a crime control view toward drug enforcement, showing that they believe drug laws should be enforced at all times, were significantly less likely to hold positive views toward collaborating with recovery coaches for this purpose. Using stepwise regression to look at these variables showed us the individual effects of the independent variables after they were grouped. So model 1 included the work-related demographic and addiction exposure variables. Model 2 stepped in variables related to drug enforcement view, and model 3 further stepped in variables related to the perceptions of those who use drugs. And we found that in model 1, the only variable that emerged as significant was personally know someone suffering from addiction. This on its own explained 4.6%, so nearly 5% of the variance. In model 2, personally know someone continued to be significant. In addition, race, crime control, view of drug enforcement, and responsibility to encourage treatment also emerged as significant. And these together explained an additional 7.3% of variance. And lastly, model 3, the previously significant variables continue to be significant in this model, and additionally, individual responsibility and comfort working with recovery coaches emerged as significant. This model explains an additional 6.3% of the variance for a combined total across the models of 18.2% explained variance. So due to an increase in police recovery coach collaboration, it was important to understand how police perceive this collaboration. And specifically, do they find recovery coaches to be a useful addition? Is there something that recovery coaches can bring to the table that the police cannot on their own? And do they feel comfortable working alongside the coaches? So we found that there was a high level of agreement around the effectiveness of recovery coaches. These individuals can act as role models to individuals with substance use disorder, help them to encourage treatment, and can act as an extension of the police, as indicated by police feeling that the overdose outreach visits and other interactions with individuals with substance use disorder are more effective with the presence of a recovery coach. And most officers reported feeling at least somewhat comfortable working with the coaches to prevent overdoses. Where we saw a greater lack of consensus was surrounding the idea of recovery coaches actually being embedded in the police department. Both responsibility to encourage treatment and crime control drug enforcement emerged as significant predictors here. So it is suggested that greater training surrounding this changing approach to responding to the opioid crisis will likely increase the support of collaboration by working to change officer views toward this more treatment-focused approach. Additionally, comfort working with recovery coaches showed significance, while coach effectiveness did not, which we found interesting, as police willingness to collaborate was more driven by their comfort in working with this population, rather than the effectiveness of the recovery coaches themselves. So to conclude, currently there is far greater support for working with coaches in the community than to actually embed these coaches into the police department. And here are our email addresses for any questions after this, and we look forward to any questions at the conclusion of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Very interesting. I, again, have so many questions for you. It's very, very great work. So before we get to any questions, again, pop those into the Q&A, if you will. We will get to the last presentation for this panel, Nursing, New Ideas and Doctoring Policy, examining hospital employee role in active shooter training responses. So I will hand it over to Mackenzie.
All right, let me share my screen. Okay, I am happy to be here. So 2 years ago in 2019, my co-researcher Mallory Duraeus and I presented at WACJ on Run, Hide, Fight. And then from that initial study came a lot of follow-up questions. So I'm excited to share the new steps in this research project with you. When we look at violence in the hospitals, we recognize that really this isn't new. We have evidence of a homicide in a hospital stemming all the way back to the early 1800s when a young female patient experienced a mental health episode and murdered her physician. As recently as October 4th, there was a murder that took place at the Thomas Jefferson University Hospital in Philadelphia. A nursing assistant shot and killed another nursing assistant and then shot at 2 of the police officers who responded to the violence. So we're continuing to exist in a situation where the place we go to for help when we're victimized is also a place that's prone to victimization. And are you seeing both of my screens or just one?
I was just going to message you real quick. We actually aren't seeing any.
Oh, you're not?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay.
There we go.
Now, thank you for stopping me there. Okay, now are you seeing my screen?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. I thought it was looking funky. Okay. So I'll just provide a little background into violence in the hospitals. Unlike national mass shootings, hospitals don't have a really nice aggregate data set for hospital-specific shootings. What we have are really just the labors of scholars who've put together a decade worth of hospital shooting statistics. So data compiled by Kellen and colleagues found that over a 10-year period, there were about 154 hospital-related shootings across the United States. And then data released in May of 2018 found that the assault rate against healthcare workers increased to the highest rate ever recorded since they began collecting data. And really, we don't know how much these statistics might have changed during COVID. So we don't have a lot of data from the past couple of years that will be coming out in the next little bit. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, incidences of serious workplace violence, so those were coded as those that required more than 2 days off work because someone was injured, were 4 times more common in the healthcare industry than in overall private industry. And much of this is probably likely due to ambient violence from the streets pouring over into the hospitals. So if you have a patient who is violent outside the hospital, then they might be violent inside the hospital. And gang violence outside the hospital can then erupt inside the hospital. So basically, the hospital really creates a perfect storm for violence when you couple patient dissatisfaction or patient pain and malaggression. In about 80% of all the serious hospital violence incidents, a patient is the source. And then the other 20% are visitors, coworkers, and sometimes employees of the hospital. There's evidence that about 91% of hospital violence cases are instigated by males. And then, of course, pain amplifies emotions, which might explain why about 30% of the shootings at the hospital occur in the emergency room. And then motives for hospital violence varies, just like motives for violence outside the hospital varies. But researchers Liz Combe and colleagues found that the main motive for hospital violence is similar to motives outside of the hospital, and that's really a grudge. But hospital specific, the following motive was euthanasia, or trying to euthanize an ill person when maybe a loved one tries to put them out of some of their pain or misery. And then there's prisoner escape, social violence, and then mentally unstable patients. Since 2016, there's been a government response to hospital violence, and that's Rule 3148 set out by OSHA. And this rule mandates that every hospital has to incorporate an active shooter plan, not just every hospital, but every healthcare facility. And that has to be incorporated into their emergency management plan. So that rule, in conjunction with the Joint Commission standards that have now put out several policies and initiatives that hospitals can adopt to create a safer work environment. So that, coupled with those Joint Commission, have led to some agencies adopting Run, Hide, Fight. Run, Hide, Fight was initially originating in 2012 in Houston, Texas, but that was quickly adopted by the Department of Homeland Security. So really, this is the standard that most hospitals are currently using. Run, Hide, Fight is just how it sounds. It's designed to be a response based off of our natural biological response for what we would do in an emergency, but really it kind of seeks to prevent us from engaging in our other natural response, and that is freezing. So it says that in an active shooter or an armed intruder event, you're supposed to run away when you can, hide when you cannot, and then fight as a last resort. And the ultimate goal of Run, Hide, Fight is to preserve life and to minimize harm to every individual. And really, based on response times for law enforcement, Run, Hide, Fight is designed to keep someone alive for about a 5 to 8 minute period until emergency personnel can arrive and take over the situation. So the current study comes from a survey that was sent out to all hospital employees in a medium-sized level 3 trauma hospital in Iowa. The survey was distributed via email. So there was a pre-email telling employees, hey, the survey is coming, please look for it. There was an email that was sent out with the survey. And then there were a couple follow-up emails saying, hey, if you haven't taken the survey yet, please take it. In all, there was about 333 usable surveys that resulted from this, and that gave us a 47% response rate, which we were really happy about. So the last presentation that we did at WACJ looked at Run, Hide, Fight education for employees kind of as a whole. But this study specifically parcels out the response based on employee role. And to our knowledge, there really is no other study that specifically looks at employee role in hospital active shooter and armed intruder situations. So the survey asked questions about employee education related to Run, Hide, Fight, their perceptions of preparation for an active shooter or armed intruder event, and feelings of moral obligation about remaining with a patient during an active shooter or armed intruder event. And then the responses were cross-tabbed with employee role. Employee roles in this project were broken down into clinical, non-clinical, and administration. Clinical employees consisted of those employees with direct patient contact for the purpose of administering medical care. So they're your doctors, your nurses, CNAs, MAs, physical therapists, respiratory therapists. Non-clinical employees consisted of all employees whose primary role was to assist with the day-to-day functions of the hospital outside of providing medical care. So for example, the custodial staff, candy striper volunteers, cooks, receptionists, those who worked in the lobby. And then lastly, administration consisted of those employees whose primary role was to manage or direct the executive hospital functions. The first education variable asked employees where they would find an active shooter or an armed intruder policy. And the responses were just coded in a dichotomy of either correct or incorrect. They knew where the policy was located or they did not. And then the second educational variable asked, a response to the policy. What do you do if there's an armed intruder or active shooter who enters the hospital? And the question was worded so that it did not include the words run, hide, fight in it to give the response away. Anyways, those responses were all collected and there was a whole variety of them, and ultimately they were coded as either correct or incorrect. The correct response was run, hide, fight. The third variable considered how prepared employees felt for an active shooter or armed intruder event. And this was based on a 4-point Likert scale, but later we dichotomized it into either unprepared or very unprepared were lumped together, and then prepared or very prepared were lumped together. And then finally, employees were asked if they felt a moral obligation to remain with a patient during an active shooter or armed intruder event. And the responses were coded as either yes or no. So if we look at the employee statistics, we see that of the total sample, we have about 9% of respondents were from administration, 30% from non-clinical staff, and then 61% from the clinical staff. And this employee role breakdown appears to be representative of the total hospital employee role breakdown as far as we could get the data for that. Overall, the majority of respondents were older than 35 years. They were full-time employees. Full-time meant they were working 32 hours or more a week. Most of them had a high school degree, a college degree or higher, and had been employed for 5 or more years. And you can see they were overwhelmingly female. And so even though there was a clear, significant gender disparity in response, this also appears to be fairly consistent with the hospital representation. This particular hospital employs about 85 females to every 15 males. Non-clinical staff was the only employee role that had the majority of employees holding less than a college degree. And this remains consistent with some of those positions that might not require an advanced education, such as maybe a cafeteria employee or a janitorial staff or a lobby attendant. But overall, we're looking at an older population, older than 35 population here, and a fairly educated population with our sample. For this chart, I'll just draw your attention to the variable responses here at the bottom. And this is the question about moral obligation. So it was just very interesting to us. When we look at that, we see that every single employee role group felt that they had a really overwhelming sense of moral obligation to remain with patients during an active shooter situation. So anywhere from 83 to 85%. And that's about the most similar response that we got across all groups. So this is 3 separate binary logistic regression models to kind of offer a comparison of responses for each employee role. So in all the regressions, only a few variables are significant. First, both administration and the clinical staff in their response of what to do in an active shooter event or armed intruder event are significant, but they go in different directions. So the way that this is coded shows that administration are less likely to know what to do in one of these violent encounters than clinical or non-clinical staff, and clinical staff are more likely to know what to do in these encounters, which is really interesting because the administration creates and distributes the policy, so their lack of knowledge about the policy is somewhat troubling. Moving on to feelings of preparation from armed intruder or active intruder event, non-clinical staff are most likely to report feeling prepared compared to clinical staff who feel unprepared. And really, we don't know why this is. It's possible that non-clinical staff recognize that they might not be the ones on the front line when it comes to violent events happening in patient rooms. It's also possible that some people, such as the clinical staff, are somewhat maybe even jaded because of their job, and they'll never feel prepared for one of these events, regardless of their level or amount of training. So there's a few overall takeaways. Overall, employees are educated about where to find the policy, but they're less educated about information contained therein the policy. And as far as the question about where to find the policy is located in the policy files on their system intranet, but it's housed amongst 1,000 policies. So, it would have been nice if we had asked, can you go in and specifically find this policy? But we didn't. So whether or not they could actually locate that specific policy, we don't know. They just know where all the policies are housed, apparently. We also know that administration has concerns outside of the medical peripheral, which might explain why they just don't know too much about run, hide, fight. They're less concerned about, run, hide, fight, and maybe more concerned about profitability or public perception, which also might not lead them to widely advertise a violent incident plan. And then lastly, large numbers of employees express feelings of moral obligation related to remaining with patients during the active shooter situation is really heartening, but it's also concerning. And it's concerning because there is no run, hide, fight plan at this particular hospital that includes patients in the procedure. And really there are mixed messages as to what patients are expected to do. So the Department of Health and Human Services guiding principle is that employees should not be specifically mandated to remain with patients in active shooter events. Whereas the Journal of the American College of Surgeons argue that it is recognized that a healthcare professional's decision for actions during an active shooter event is a personal decision. And then more recently, there was a 2017 study by Jacobs and Burns that looked at public perceptions of hospital employees, and they found that the majority of the public feel that hospital staff have a duty to protect patients in one of these events to the same degree as law enforcement or firefighters. So really there's no clear message as to what an employee should do, but the public perception is that they should stay with a patient. So this kind of leads to some major questions about how we can, doctor policy or nurse change. And the first is to actually determine the efficacy of run, hide, fight. As of right now, there's not research that indicates that it actually works. There's not research to indicate that it doesn't work. There's just not really a great way to test whether or not. There's quite a bit of anecdotal experiences that suggest that it does work, but really there's nothing concrete. So maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but right now it seems to be the best policy that we have. Next would be to extend run, hide, fight information to patients and hospital patrons while still triaging this information sharing. So for example, someone in a long-term intermediate care could probably read through a quick run, hide, fight informational as opposed to someone in critical condition in the emergency room who's about to go into surgery. Probably wouldn't be appropriate for them to read through that. So reaching some patients though might be better than not reaching any patients as far as the distribution of this policy. Of course, the common suggestion that keeps coming back for all of these policy dissemination is to put the run, hide, fight information in the bathroom stalls for patients and patrons to read while they're using the restroom. And then lastly, encourage administration to work with clinical and non-clinical staff to determine how run, hide, fight procedure can work best in each individual department or hospital floor. So how this policy can work best for those clinical staff who are on the floor next to patients as opposed to administration who might be in a separate area of the hospital. There's some limitations with this study. I'll just address the two big ones. One of them is generalizability. We can't generalize this to other hospitals, and also we can't generalize it to other settings that might be adopting run, hide, fight, government buildings, educational settings. And then while other organizations grapple with active shooter education and training, this particular research though was specifically designed for the hospital. And of course, all this data was collected pre-COVID, so it's likely that responses might differ if this study was replicated. And that's all I have. Are there any questions?
All right, thank you, Mackenzie. I think we're going to go ahead and move into questions. So if you've been presenting, please feel free to turn your cameras on. We have a few questions that have come in through the Q&A. So the first one, this is from Taryn for Casey. So she says, great job. I'm curious if your group has considered trying to figure out when these behaviors are caused by cognitive impairments versus a cognitive disorder. Since most of the behaviors you listed in your operational definition operational definition can be found in both drugs and disabilities.
Okay, so yes, thank you for asking this question. So this stage of our study is primarily descriptive. We were just looking for whether or not the behaviors would appear and if they would be related to emotional intensity in the subject or escalations of it. In the future, we would like to look at the sources of the cognitive impairment, specifically mental illness, developmental disability, neurological or medical conditions, and then intoxication with drugs and alcohol. This will lead into our further study of the time measures as well, because we're interested in determining if these behaviors are acute or chronic. The acute symptoms may be more related to drugs and alcohol. The chronic symptoms may be more related to long-term medical or psychological conditions. And we're interested in this because, an acute symptom is going to be a lot harder for an officer to detect. And as mentioned, a lot of these behavioral cues could indicate a lot of things. So the next advanced step of our study is to break it down by sources of cognitive impairment and see if we see any trends in those areas.
Wonderful, thank you. One of the questions that I had for you about, I think the work that you're doing is amazing and timely, and you've done it post-COVID. I'm wondering for you whether that has potentially impacted your results, and do you think it would be different if you did it pre-COVID?
Well, the interactions that we coded were archived body camera footage, so most of them occurred pre-COVID and occurred over a several-year period. I hadn't really thought about how COVID would impact these interactions, mostly because the data available to us was a pre-COVID time, but that would definitely be interesting to look at with more time. and I'm getting a message here that says that we will be doing, let me read that. All of our interactions are pre-COVID, so we will have a COVID sample. That's just in the future because what was available to us at this time was all archived.
Awesome. My apologies. I didn't realize that you were using archival data. So thank you for that clarification. All right, our next question is from Taryn again. So she says, interesting study, Lauren and Sean. What you described in terms of recovery coach partnerships is similar to what is promoted through the quote unquote defund the police, although commonly misunderstood because of the name. Do you think your findings would be any different if you had incorporated the term defund the police instead of, or in addition to, the wording you used? And if so, how?
Yeah, well, thanks, Taryn. And I had seen that question earlier, and I think I came to 3 different answers in the time I've thought about it. And I think Laurie might add in something too. I do think obviously within survey research methods, we have to be attentive to how we structure questions and the words and the emotional meaning that words carry. So I do think so I think to most directly answer your question, any reference to defund the police certainly would have most likely elicited an emotional reaction that would have been, created far less favorable outcomes. However, in that question, I think there's a lot of substance beyond the question itself in terms of, if we really, because what an important part of the defund, or at least an important question connected to that, is collaborative policing or transitioning police responsibility to other parties. And that's not the flip side of the same coin, right? So what we were primarily interested in, based on the work that's done in New England, is collaborative police responses, right? So police responding in collaboration with recovery coaches. And another area that I think could be interesting to really dive into that your question sort of prompted is how are police attitudes toward police in terms of a co-responder model versus transitioning the responsibility to a third-party civilian response, recovery coaches alone. And I think that could be a really interesting part of this question to address. And because I do think there's a lot of different views from police on this. Some police think they have no business in this space. Some police think this should only be done in collaboration with the police. So I think that's an intriguing sort of implication of your question, really understanding in a more nuanced way, how they make sense out of their role in partnership or not in partnership, or what the nature of that partnership is with your civilian partners. Laurie, did you have any sort of thoughts?
You took the words right out of my mouth, Sean.
Okay.
I think talking about this project, and just yesterday talking to someone said to me, well, yeah, but should the police be the ones doing this? And I think that really gets to this issue of the police are supportive of collaborating with non-law enforcement partners, but how supportive are they going to be of kind of giving up this role and transitioning it over? And I think to best answer that is kind of where the future of research will take us in this area in terms of defunding. Now that we've kind of chewed on the idea of defunding for, a good part of this year, seeing what officers think of this idea and kind of transitioning their role.
Thanks. Jessica, you're muted. I'll be the first person to tell you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We've been doing this for 2 years and yet we still can't unmute ourselves. So the last question is for Mackenzie. How do you think fundings would change if you did that survey post-COVID?
I don't know. I don't know if the education portion would change, or employees going to be more likely to know where the policy is located, what's in it. Preparation might change. I imagine that feelings of preparation would go down because, how do you ever feel prepared for an active shooter event? But how do you do it when your hospital is filled to the max and you're also battling a virus? Same thing with moral obligation. I suspect that the moral obligation response might alter a little bit. I think a lot of healthcare workers have had to stop and ask themselves, how much are they willing to put on the line for the job at this point? You know, are they willing to go in and face a virus? Are you willing to go in and face potentially violent situations? So that number might be altered a little bit, but I'm not sure in what direction.
Wonderful. Thank you all for your insights. I will hold the rest of my questions so that we can get on to the next panel. But thank you all for your presentations, for sharing your research. Thank you, Mackenzie, for answering some of the questions that we had for you from previous years. It's always exciting to see research grow over the years. And I'm really excited that you were able to do that. If there are any other questions, please pop them in the chat or the Q&A. And if not, we'll take a quick, maybe 5-minute break between now and our next panel. Everyone go get coffee, because it's always time for coffee. And we'll meet back here in about 5 minutes or so. All right, welcome back, everybody. I know that was a very short break. I hope you guys got a little bit of a human break there. So we're going to turn this over and do something a little bit different. We're going to move to a roundtable. And this roundtable is really looking at demystifying the court system with real-world projects. So I will go ahead and hand it over to the discussants. So go ahead and take it over.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lori Kubicek, and I am, I think, our moderator for this panel. It looks like I may not be able to start my video yet, so I've clicked on that. I'm not sure who's handling. Oh, there we go. Perfect. So thank you so much. Hopefully my video will start here in just a second. So welcome. I'm really excited to have a great group of panelists to share with you about some work that they do in their classrooms, projects they've developed to help really engage students around judicial process and the court system. So what we've done is we collaborated ahead of time and kind of decided on an order of speakers. We're going to have each of our panelists, spend that brief 10-minute-ish time sharing about the project they've designated as sort of a special project to engage students around the judicial process. So we have kind of set an order that is Professor Noble, Jennifer Noble from Sacramento State, one of my colleagues, Professor Jennifer Moreno from Western Oregon, then another of my illustrious colleagues, Stephanie Mizrahi from Sacramento State, and I will round out the group as the moderator. I put myself at the end, so I'll keep a close eye on the time for us during this panel. And some of our panelists very well also may be sharing a screen with us. So it looks like Jennifer is having a little tech issue. So what we may do is let's skip ahead. And if Jennifer Moreno is ready, let's have her jump in. Jennifer Moreno, are you ready to go?
I am. I can go.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Great. I'm going to share my screen first here. And then you should be able to see me in my screen share.
Yes, it looks great.
All right. So again, I'm Jenny Moreno. I'm an assistant professor at Western Oregon University. I'll be talking for my part about using a documentary to illustrate and practice some different stages of criminal cases. The course that I teach is CJ 252, which is American Courts, and it's just your standard courts intro course talking about court systems, various court systems across the US. And really, as a 200 level class, we don't get super into the details of court process, but I do want to give them kind of an overview of the system as a whole. I spent a little bit of time at the beginning of the term kind of going over the bigger issues, state and federal courts, civil versus criminal courts, and then we really focus in on that criminal courts aspect towards the second half of our term, which is what I'll be talking about today. So I thought a little bit about how I wanted to present this, and my background is policing. I have a JD, but school was never really, I'm not an academic, I guess I should say. I tend to live a little bit more in the practical world. I was a police officer. My background is in kind of practical application. So academics is not like a huge part of my background, with many of you who have, PhDs and awesome masters and lots of research background. That's not me. So when I teach, I kind of teach from that perspective, and I want to bring a lot of practical application into the classroom. So for me, I kind of summarized it in this process of learn, see, do. So in the learn process, that is the formal instruction. That can be anything from lecture to the textbook reading, or whatever it is that's going to teach them those technical terminology type things. It's going to be all of the stages in their technical form. The docuseries is the C part, and I'll talk a little bit about the docuseries that I use. But I also ask them to do a little bit of extra research, and that can be anywhere. And I use, I guess, research loosely because it's not technically research, more investigation. Go on YouTube and find some more of that raw court footage. Look up some of the news articles and the different discourse that was happening at the time that the trial was happening, so that they can kind of relive what was going on and what was being said about the trial at the time that it was happening. And then the do, and this is how I integrate pieces of the docuseries into having them assume the position of prosecutors or jury selection teams or different parts of the trial. I have them come in and actually be an interactive part of the trial. So to start, this is the documentary that I use. It's the Rest in Power Trayvon Martin story. It is produced by the Paramount Network in conjunction with Sean Carter, also known as Jay-Z. It's actually a really good docuseries. It has 6 parts. Each part I try and align with the different content from the learn portion. So if we're learning about arrest and pretrial process, I try and align whatever docuseries they're going to see for that week or that unit with whatever's happening in the Trayvon Martin docuseries. And this docuseries does a really good job, since it's in 6 parts, of going through each aspect in a lot of depth. It not only includes a ton of the raw footage of what was happening in the social environment, in the media environment, in the actual courtroom. They have some people that come in and sit and give, reflections on what was happening at the time of the case. And these are social justice activists, they're legal experts, they're people from the media. So you kind of get little bits and pieces of people's opinions from different perspectives. So after I align each of these pieces with the content that we're learning, I try and incorporate some assignments in there as well. So this is an example of one of the assignments that I do. When it comes to jury selection, for example, we will, of course, spend some time in the formal instruction process where we're talking about voir dire, we're talking about challenges for cause, we're talking about peremptory challenges, we're talking about any teams that are brought in to help with the jury selection process. And we go through all of that really, fundamental core information. Then I piece them over to the docuseries, and we're watching that in real life. We're looking at the articles that were happening at the time that the jury selection process was happening. We're looking at the footage from the docuseries of what the attorneys were thinking or doing or asking during the voir dire process. In addition to that, if there is an interest, and I love in class because it's so much easier to gauge their interest, to see what kind of illuminates and lights their fire. If I can see that a class is particularly interested in jury selection, for example, we'll go to YouTube and we'll look at the raw trial footage and we'll look at all that voir dire process so they can see the prosecutors actually asking those questions of the real jury people in that process. And the docuseries has a bit of that, but sometimes we can kind of branch off and look at it more specifically if there's a bigger interest. But in any case, so they have learned the formal material. We've seen that played out in real life in the docuseries. And then I do their interactive piece. So for this jury selection exercise, I stole the board from Guess Who, which is an old game that many of you probably are familiar with. And I basically named each of the people and then did an associated kind of mini bio for each person. And so, for example, Boris in the top left corner has Boris in the text format in the bottom. And really, I just made up these demographics. And I tried to pick things that were either, super, not controversial, but like just things that you would maybe have some built-in bias or presumptions about, because I want them to talk about that in the course of their choosing these different jurors. So each person has a mini bio. And during the course of this assignment, I'm asking them, if you were a prosecutor or a defense attorney in the Zimmerman case, which 6 people would you choose and why? So they go through these bios and they pick the people, explain to me whether or not any of my characteristics or descriptions impacted their decision one way or the other, further questions they would like to ask if they were offered the opportunity to question this juror. And it really gives them an opportunity to explore the jury selection process from an active role of thinking, who would I choose, and knowing what I know about why and how and under what circumstances potential prosecutors and defense attorneys do choose or try to choose their jury members. I give them an opportunity to go through and try that. And it's really fun and interesting reading their responses, and also to see what kind of presumptions go along with, some of the descriptions that I've made for each of these characters. Another example of an assignment that I do has to do with opening and closing statements. So again, we've already learned about the function and purpose of opening and closing statements from our formal instruction. We've seen them now in the docuseries. And then I ask students to do an evaluation of what they saw in the docuseries and then a redo. If I was asking you as a prosecutor or defense attorney to recreate that opening or closing statement, to give it another go, what would you include? So it's the evaluation piece. This is what I liked or didn't like about what happened in real life. And then the assume the role piece, which I love. And they do these recordings, and some get really into it and they dress up and they set their scene. Others are a little bit more casual, but it is fun to see them kind of take on that role of prosecutors and defense attorneys and really think about the facts of the case, how their case is in chief, since we've looked at those earlier in the term, what they're going to mention in their opening and closing statements, how they're going to present that, what the purpose and new style that they're going to bring to the case. And I use Flipgrid for that to integrate into my course so they can post their recordings right into my Canvas page. So the thing I love about using a docuseries to demonstrate these pieces is, one, students are really familiar with it. When I ask any students, where do you get your knowledge about criminal justice, particularly at a 200 level when it's kind of newer faces to criminal justice, they'll say, oh, social media or things I watched on TV. So in a way, it's familiar. In another way, I'm hoping that they have the opportunity to see what's dramatized about the online, television, social media aspect, but be able to identify that themselves, to be able to say, gosh, I remember seeing that, but now that I know more about it, man, I can see how off or how right on, one particular aspect is or another. So the jury selection and the open and closing statements are by far, I think, my most popular variations of assignments that have to do with this. But what I love is we can talk about the arrest portion. We could talk about why it took so long for George Zimmerman to be arrested. We can talk about bail and why he had 2 bail hearings and why he had to be reassessed for bail. Evidentiary issues, if we're talking about certain pieces of evidence being allowed in or not allowed in, there's lots of opportunity for that in the context of the trial. The cases in chief, talking about how you would present witnesses, what things you would do differently, how you would do witness prep before you bring somebody up to the stand, and being able to see the difference between expert witnesses and people who are providing, just testimony from things that they heard versus things that they saw, demonstrative evidence, just because in the context of the trial, they were using dummies and graphs and videos and recreations. So we can have a lot of discussion about just how and when and how you build your case in chief and the choices that you make in doing that. And then finally, jury instructions. How do you explain the law to regular people who've come to be in the jury? How do you break down legal language and explain it in a way that they can understand, and that so they can actually go back and make an informed decision about what to do for a particular defendant? And I love that I can trade these different assignments in and always have things at different points that I can have them try, rather than just reading something in a textbook and taking a quiz and doing answers, which they also do. But also this opportunity to really live a trial, experience it, get to know the facts and details and evidence in a really unique way, and then be able to use it and practice it and become really familiar with a particular case. So far, I've only used the Trayvon Martin trial, but in smaller units, I've used some footage from Casey Anthony. I've used smaller ones from Scott Peterson. And because media in the courtroom is such a huge thing, it's really easy now to find that material to be able to kind of make that transition from formal instruction to being able to actually see it in real life.
All right. Thank you so much, Jenny. That sounds amazing. I know we're going to, I already see a question in the chat for you, but I want to move right on. Jennifer Noble is going to be our next speaker because I want to keep us kind of on target so everyone has plenty of time. And hopefully we reserve a few moments at the end for questions. So Jennifer Noble, take it away.
All right. Thank you. Just one second. Let me finish adjusting my screen here. All right. I hope you can all see that okay. All right.
We can.
Great. Okay. So my background is really similar in a way to Jenny's. I was a defense attorney before I came to Sac State. I practiced in federal court, and a lot of the work that I did was in white-collar defense. Prior to that, I was a journalist, and all of that ties together to make this project, which really is in my wheelhouse. So I want to talk to you about the case study research project that I do in my white-collar crime class. This is a semester-long project with 4 components where students choose a case to focus on over the course of the semester. My goal for this is for students to become an expert in their case. I want them to be an expert in this type of crime. I want them to be that person at a party where their friends say, oh, do not ask that guy about FIFA. He will talk your ear off and he won't shut up about it. And a lot of times that happens, not always. So this, I'm going to talk about each of these components and the research requirements for it. The one thing that I do is I make the students choose their own case. That can be a problem because they're often new to white-collar crime, but they have 4 weeks in order to do some research and figure out, and I give them a ton of research and resources for them to choose options where they can, explore their interests. They are required to use one original case document from the trial court level. So from usually from the U.S. district courts, because I really encourage them to use a federal case. This gives them an opportunity to learn how to use PACER, which is a life skill everyone should have, and often feels like a master class in itself. I also require them to use 2 peer-reviewed either law review articles or academic journal articles to supplement the factual investigation that they're doing and to add some depth and context to their paper. So the first assignment is for them to choose a case. It's a short memo. I just finished grading this semester's assignments. This is where they need to go out and sort of explore what their interests are. I always tell them that no matter what their hobby or interests are, I can find a white-collar case that will totally ruin it for them. It's a very pervasive type of crime, and it's broad. So whatever they're into, I can usually find a white-collar case and assist them. They can also just go to Google and then put in white-collar crime, and then they end up doing a paper on accounting fraud, and they usually regret that. But when they let me help them, I can usually help them find a really good paper. I encourage them to use federal cases within the last 20 years, but not too recent because we want it to be resolved so that they can look at all of the different stages of the court proceedings, and that includes sentencing if there is a guilty verdict or a plea. This is a kind of a fun time to be advising my students because they come to me and say, one student came to me last year and said, I have all I do is I go to work, I go to class, and at the end of the day, I just want to watch reality TV, and don't judge me. And no judgment. But, the Real Housewives, that's a hotbed of white-collar crime. So she ended up doing a really good paper on tax evasion and mortgage fraud and bankruptcy fraud coming from one of the Real Housewives. The next assignment is the research memo that is due 4 weeks later. And it's a summary of all the sources, including those required sources. This is an opportunity for me to make sure that they're on track, that they're not waiting until the eve of the paper's deadline to figure out how to navigate PACER, so that they have what they need. And then it also allows them to see what holes they have in their own research and where they need to go next. And then their final case study paper, I give them sort of a short outline of here are things you can talk about in your paper. It's just suggested. I'm a big fan of this format. I wrote a textbook that is nothing but case studies, and I use it in my class so they can see the type of work I'm looking for and the structure that I'm looking for. An overview of what happened, what was the conduct in this situation and who did it, how was it uncovered, which agency prosecuted it, so who had jurisdiction, looking at the charges themselves, so what was the criminal or civil violation that was actually brought in this case, and then how does it apply to those facts. The sentencing issues or the resolution in civil cases can be really complex, and there's usually a lot of really good information in court files about that. And then, I encourage them to use that academic research to put their case in a broader context and, let us know, is this the largest Ponzi scheme? Is this sort of a heartland case? Did legislation come out after this case was prosecuted to address issues? I try to encourage them to use that academic research to explore issues that really interest them about the case. This is one of the slides that I give them that just says, here's some ideas on how to tell that story and how to put it in context and sort of how to organize a lot of information. And then we get to the last part, which is actually the innovation that COVID brought me. I had to do this. I used to have them do a in-class presentation, which everyone hates. And this is an innovation I'm keeping. So now it's a 5-minute video presentation that they upload, and we don't do a final in my class. So what we do finals week is you go and view these 5-minute videos of what your classmates have been working on, and it's a chance for them to share what interests them about the case and really boil it down. The videos have been really great. I was really nervous about making this change because I thought there are so many opportunities for tech problems. Then I remembered that TikTok exists, and I just sort of let them go with it, and it's been great. So they can do a narrated PowerPoint, they can do an iMovie, they can do a Zoom presentation and record it. And there's a lot of other software and sites out there that they can use. So I've seen a lot of different formats so far. It's been really fun to see the comments on each other's work. And I give them some instructions on how to do some feedback, constructive criticism or constructive feedback on the videos, and they are really supportive and enthusiastic. So I do think this really aligns well with the learning objectives for this course because it does give students a chance to define white-collar crime. One of the things they have to do in their topic memo is justify why the crime they chose is white-collar. They have to be familiar with the various theories in order to do that. They have to look at the types of conduct that constitutes white-collar crime. And they, analyze the complexities of investigating and prosecuting these cases, but in a real-life scenario. So I love a lot of things about this project, not necessarily grading 60 papers 2 weeks before class ends, but they're usually really interesting papers to grade. But I love this case this case study because students learn about actual cases that they are interested in. And that gets them invested in this project, and they tend to really get into it. They're also applying different statutes to actual facts. So you see them talking about what the statute actually says, what facts in their case met that statute in order to sustain that conviction. They also have to learn how to navigate federal court records. I really encourage federal rather than state because most federal court cases are available through PACER. Not easily, but that's a whole other lesson. And then it also requires them to read court documents and get familiar with that language, which can be really intimidating at first. But once you've read several court documents, it gets easier. And it's something I think that our students should become comfortable with. And then my last slide here, the feedback from the students on this is overwhelmingly positive for a project that at the beginning of the semester, they tend to groan and complain about. But these first two comments were from an anonymous survey that I do seeking feedback on the course materials that I use. And I asked them to also give advice to future students in the class. And these students said, this is a doable project. It sounds really like a lot of work at first, but because it is broken up, if you manage your time and if you manage those assignments, it's quite doable. The last one was from one of my teaching evaluations. You don't see the word love too often, and so this really jumped out at me when the student said she loved the project, or he loved the project, because we were able to apply all that we learned over the course of the semester, which is how I structure the class, so that we are talking about not just different types of white-collar crime, but also the different procedures, civil, criminal, and all of those other ins and outs of the court system. And it's great to see them use those lessons in this case study. So that's what I have.
I love it. Thank you so much. I think let's hold for questions. We got a couple more folks to share. So Stephanie Mizrahi, are you ready for us?
I am, yes. Just need to be able to share my screen. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Did our meeting host get you set up with screen share?
Let me see.
I believe you should be able to screen share if you use there you go. You got it.
Perfect.
Okay, great. And let me get to what it is I want to share. There we go. All righty. So, and I don't know, my video, do I need to turn my video on or?
No, I think you're fine here. We can hear you. So if you want to turn it on, you can.
Okay. There's start video. All right. So my project I call the Supreme Court opinion paper. And like Jennifer and Jenny, I do have a JD. I'm a former prosecuting attorney up in Washington and Oregon in very small counties. Actually, the Washington State folks will know where Stevens County is, up in Colville, Washington, just north of Spokane. And then from there, I tripped over the chance to go to graduate school and ended up at Washington State, go Cougs. And got my PhD. So I'm a bit of a crossover. I teach both in the law area, and then I teach in terrorism and homeland security. Now, this was a project I was doing when we were still teaching a lot face-to-face. I have tried it a couple of times online, and it didn't work quite as well, but I have some ideas for fixing that as we go forward, probably with more virtual classes. There we go. So the premise of the assignment is that the students are required to select a criminal procedure case that is before the Supreme Court that semester. And they put themselves in the position of a U.S. Supreme Court justice. They are on the bench and they write the opinion deciding the case. And they have to use relevant case law, the statutes, and most importantly, the submitted briefs of the parties, the respondent's briefs, the petitioner brief, any replies. They are welcome to use amicus briefs, although they are not required to. One of the first times that I tried this assignment, U.S. versus Jones was before the court, the GPS locator case. And most of them went with that one. And we had a lot of fun with that. So it works particularly well when there's a really cool case up in front of the court. I wish I was doing it this semester because the case about Sarnev and is coming back up. Okay, there we go. Basic assignment parameters, it's 100 points, 5 to 7 pages. I have them do APA citations instead of Blue Book just because they're undergraduates and I don't want to torture them with Blue Book just yet. And then as with Jennifer's, I divided into a series of homework assignments so that they're not waiting at the very last minute to do this. So there are a couple parts of their opinion. They have to note the questions being presented for the court, summarize the facts, and the procedural history. So how did it get to the US Supreme Court? Who's doing what? Then another portion of their paper, they have to discuss the competing arguments of the petitioner and the respondent, including what case law and what statutes are they using. The third part is they have to give their view of the arguments of both parties. And this is a little bit tricky because it's not their view of how the case should come out. It's, are the parties using the cases correctly? Are they being correctly cited? Are they being interpreted correctly? Are they being used for, the proposition that the case states? And so that can get a little tricky, getting the students to see the difference between that part. And then finally, the decision. They are the US Supreme Court Justice. They are issuing the decision on the case. This is what they've decided. And then these are the different homework assignments that I have them do. The first is select the case and give a basic summary, brief summary of the facts and the reason for the selection. Why do they like this case? Why are they choosing it? The second homework assignment, and these are done about 3 to 4 weeks apart. They need to summarize the arguments of both parties. The third is their objective evaluation of at least 2 of the cases being used by the parties. I try and get them to use 1 case by each party, but sometimes the cases are all the same across the board and they're just wildly different interpretations. But I like to get them to evaluate at least 2 of the cases being used. Homeworks 4 through 5, I am probably going to change when I do this again. They were peer review sessions and they just didn't work quite all that well. We were trying to cram them into a couple of 75-minute sessions and everything felt a little bit rushed. So I may address that particular issue. These are the 2 main sources that they use. And how am I doing on time? Can I actually want to kind of show what this looks like? Okay.
You have about, I'd say 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. So here's where I send them. And you've probably all seen this, Supreme Court of the United States. And under case documents, if you go to the granted and noted case list, it'll list, like if we'll pick this term, I usually suggest to the students, they do the HTML version. And they're looking for either the HC or the Y, because the Y is criminal, HC is the habeas corpus stuff. Obviously, they're not interested in civil. This one would have been, I think, picked by just about everybody this semester if I was doing the assignment this semester. And then the reason I have them choose the HTML is they can go right there and open it up and it'll give them the questions presented when cert was granted, and of course the lower decision from the Circuit Court of Appeals. Yeah, this one's going to be interesting. So I'll close out of that. Now, unfortunately, the one thing that has changed since I originally did this is there was a link directly from the US Supreme Court website to the American Bar Association, which held all of the merit briefs. That's not the case anymore. That link sends them to the ABA site, but then they have to subscribe to it. So to get the case briefs at this point, you're going to need access to either LexisNexis or Westlaw, which most universities have. And if I can get to it, I believe I have, yeah, the search results just for fun I pulled up for SARNEV. And so you can see how much is available for the students to play around with. You've got the reply briefs, but you've also got, not surprisingly in this case, a ton, to say the least, of amicus curiae briefs. And I tell the students they're more than welcome to use them. They don't have to, only because it can get a little bit of a morass, but they are all there. We happen to have it at Sacramento State Westlaw, but you can access the briefs through LexisNexis as well. And then I think now, this time going forward, just one of the ideas I've heard from other people talking and playing around, as Jennifer was saying, with the ability to do video so much more easily, that if I do this online, I might actually have them present their opinions from the bench, as if they were at the court in Washington, D.C., and then have other students comment on them. And so that's my assignment. I like it because it brings the theories of what they're studying and the cases that have already been decided into the real world, and gives them a chance to put themselves in that kind of position and think about, how would I decide this if I have that power? The only difficulty sometimes comes up in the spring semester if the case has already been decided. And then I just tell them to make themselves a higher level court than the US Supreme Court. We've gotten frustrated with the US Supreme Court, and we decided to create something above them, and they're a justice on that ultimate Supreme Court. But that doesn't happen terribly often. A lot of these really big cases have a tendency to be decided like May and June timeframe. So, and I will stop my screen share.
All right, thank you so much.
And I think I got that in under the time. What?
Yeah, you did awesome. You are all incredible presenters with such fun, such creative projects. It's been the Galactic Supreme Court. I like that, Professor Noble. That's amazing. So I'm going to share with you as well. I have nothing fancy from me. You don't even get a PowerPoint. You're going to get just a little outline of what I do. And so what I have here for you guys to share is just kind of a, I'm gonna make that a little bit bigger. Just kind of a little bit of an outline of a project I have been doing for, I am almost embarrassed to say it, I think 20 years. I think this is my 20th year running this project the way I run it. And of course it's been modified and tweaked and played with over time, but this is something I have loved so much that when Jennifer Noble reached out to me and said, hey, would you jump on this roundtable with us and talk about creative, outside of the box, kind of pedagogy, stuff that you're employing to help students engage the courts. I was like, this is what I do. And I have been sending students out to observe the criminal courts in person for years. And of course, this is not a novel idea. There are, of course, many faculty over the years in a variety of contexts that send students to go out and visit or observe criminal courts in person. And even at the community college level, we see that. I have a lot of transfer students who come in and say, oh yeah, I had a professor in my AJ1 class who had us go watch court. So I think my attitude on that front is the more the better. I too am an attorney by training. So my background and experience as a law student and later attorney and has always built in and grown in me the perspective that hands-on real life exposure is always the best. And so, oh, and I'm going to start my video. I forgot I was off. I was looking at my own picture there. And so what I love about this is that along with some colleagues, early colleagues I had who helped build out this assignment, they decided not just to have students go and observe, not just to have students report back and reflect, which I think are critically important pieces of the project. So key project elements I share here, 6 hours of criminal court observation. Now, in the era of COVID, this has really transformed. For literally the first almost 2 decades of my work on this project, I really pushed students to go in person because I genuinely believe the in-person experience is really meaningful. And I would often challenge my students to begin their observation even on their drive to the courthouse, because in so many locations, just accessing the court is sort of part of the struggle. And I wanted them to experience the challenge of driving often downtown somewhere, driving and finding parking, paying for parking potentially, just navigating, finding their way into the building, figuring out where the proceedings are happening. Before they even sat down in a courtroom, I believe they were having really valuable experiences, putting themselves in the shoes of people who participate in the process, imagining what it's like for people who are stressed and anxious, coming to court for any variety of reasons, and walking through those experiences. So this was something that I was really married to, the idea of sending them in person. And of course, COVID turned my assignment on its head, and I was forced to divorce my marriage to in-person court observations, and really kind of come to terms with the idea of letting them watch online streamed and recorded proceedings, which we've done. And of course, the courts have been nimble and amazing, and they're broadcasting proceedings on YouTube. And there are so many ways students can still conduct this observation in a really valuable way. I still secretly desperately wish they could go in person, but I have been allowing a mix. Some counties are back open and some counties are allowing students to observe in person. So I've been telling my students this semester, hey, if you can go in person, please do. It's the best way to do this assignment. But of course, I'm allowing for the flexibility for online recorded streamed proceedings. So that's kind of the first piece. And it's the big chunk, right? Is really experiencing the court live. And then the key project elements, academically speaking, are the application of those legal terms and definitions. So all that content acquisition that we're doing all semester long, where we're gathering data, we're learning kind of terms, definitions, understanding what courts do and I always say like the law on the books, right? Kind of mentality. Then I want to see them really apply those things to these real life experiences that they had when they visited or when they observed the court. I heard a couple of us, Jennifer I know uses this, I heard a couple of us talking about employing the use of law review, article research, and analysis. So I do require them to do their own research and locate a law review article. That's actually a really challenging step for many of them. So I do a lot of work to equip them around how to locate and search for, conduct the legal research piece, and then how to choose an article that's a good fit for comparison. And then of course, I have them do some personal reflection, right, based on their experiences. So kind of they take this 6 hours of time they spent in observation, and then they go and they do some academic work, looking back at the materials they've learned through their textbook, reading through their case briefing, which we do a good deal of case briefing in this course throughout the semester to look at how judicial process has evolved in the context of the Constitution. So always looking at the way that the court and constitutional law has had an impact on the way judicial process functions. So we're doing a lot of that in that academic space during the semester, and I look for them to apply all that work in their paper that they write to summarize their experience, which also includes this nice reflective piece. So it's again, similar to my colleagues, this is a kind of a course writing project for me. This is their largest course writing project. They do a lot of writing for me all semester long because I'm a glutton for punishment. I like to read papers, but this is kind of their culminating writing experience project for me. And the things I hope that students take away from this, when I'm kind of dreaming, like in a perfect world, what do I hope you walk away from this court observation experience with? I really want that law in action experience to take place. So whether they're observing online and watching the court function in YouTube format, which is pretty amazing, or whether they went in person and they got to experience the sights, the sounds, the smells of being in court, then I want them to reflect on those things, the difference between what we talk about in their classroom experience and what their experience is like with those actual judicial proceedings. So that's kind of the first significant takeaway I'm always looking for. Second, I always try to frame my students' experience with a lens toward the future. And so for many of them, as they're considering careers in the law, in criminal justice broadly, law enforcement, corrections, any of the aspects of the field, or I love the proposition that observing the courts and engaging in the courts might open their eyes to the possibility of careers in judicial administration or working in the courts. More than one time over the many years I've done this, I've had students say, I never dreamed that I could have a career job working in the court as a clerk or as a court administrator. And I have had students go on and complete certificates in judicial administration, go on and work in the courts. I have a student right now who just a few years ago graduated and is working as a clerk to a judge out in Placer County nearby us, where we are in Sacramento. So really exciting to see that even this project experience might open their eyes, might open students' eyes to the idea that, hey, there's also a career possibility here for you. Finally, I love to see that transition from knowing to really understanding, right? So lots of content acquisition on our classes, lots of work to make sure students learn what we need them to know about the law and about judicial process. But I love to see them really understand how the rule of law functions in the context of the judicial system. And I feel like this is one of the most beautiful ways to do it. Just that hands-on experience is such a beautiful way to do that. So I'm going to stop my share because I want to make sure, I know I went quickly, but as a panel moderator for many, many years, I knew that we would run a little short, and I wanted to make sure we had a little bit of time for questions. So if my panelists would pop on those the video again for me. And does anybody from the group here, from our participant group, do we have questions? I saw a couple of questions in the Q&A, kind of specifically for folks around how you're managing your assignment. So what you might do is either answer right now, you can type an answer there, or if you pop on that Q&A, we can answer those live. I don't know if you all are seeing that. Professors Noble, Moreno, Mizrahi, are you seeing the Q&A there in real time?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So if any of you want to,
I just wanted to add on to what Lori was saying, because I've taught that courts class and I have given that assignment, and it is so much fun to do. I required, because my background's in federal court, I required students to go to court hearings in both state and federal, because I really thought it was important to see the difference between those two court systems. And the federal court system can be really intimidating, and so I would agree to go and then say, you can join me, and then I'd lead like my 12 little ducklings into the courtroom to watch a sentencing hearing or something, and it was really fun, and that was a great experience. And the component with the law review analysis, I took that directly from the court observation and incorporated that into my case study project.
Yeah, no, I love it. And I actually encourage students to consider watching an appellate argument as another piece of this. So I give them lots of flexibility. I really do allow them to kind of choose what they want, primarily because there is an amount of groaning the first week of class when I announced this assignment that you cannot even imagine, because they just, especially when I made them go in person, because they just like the idea of getting to the courthouse during court hours was such a challenge. But I can tell you, just Jennifer shared her student takeaways, how students just would say great things. This is one of those assignments where I got the highest level of complaint at the point of assignment, and I got the highest positive response rate at the end of the semester every time. It commonly would come up in my student evaluations. I was really bitter that I had to do this assignment, but it's the best thing I ever did. Changed my view. Can't believe I might have graduated as a criminal justice major without ever stepping foot in a criminal court. I'm so glad Professor Kubitschek made me do this time and again. And I'm not kidding. Like, I can't tell you how many times that came up. So I think the beauty of that is it's very encouraging to think that they were able to see the value at the end of the day. That's really, that's really powerful, really meaningful. You're like, thank you, Lord, that you got the high impact that you hoped for out of an assignment that they just griped about on the front end. So, all right. Any questions? I want to stop talking and allow y'all to answer questions or type answers there in the Q&A. Some of those are kind of quick questions that you can answer quickly, but.
I'll jump in if you want, because I've seen a couple of questions about what went wrong with the peer review. A couple of things. They're 5 to 7 page papers. So at one point I tried to get them to match up peer reviews with peer reviewers and get them to send it to each other in advance. And that was hard to keep track of, number one. And then when someone didn't do it, then the person trying to get credit for reviewing another person's paper didn't have one to review. And just by the end of the semester, it was very hard to keep track of the grading. And the other is about half the students gave really good, substantive, useful reviews, and the other half really didn't, even though I had tried to give some instructions on peer review. So yeah, and then just the time in class to be able to do it with the papers being as dense as they are. So those were the problems with it.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's good insight. I'm just looking at the chat too to see if I saw anything pop up there. Yeah, I will echo it, the chat. Amen and amen. I think anytime we can create that opportunity for them to have a real life experience, so powerful. I also serve as an internship coordinator, and I see the same thing with internship experience. So, it's a game changer for students to get out in to the community, serve the community, have that experience, and take what they learn in the classroom out into the real world and put it to work. There's just nothing, arguably very little more powerful that can happen in a classroom than what happens outside the classroom after they take that knowledge and put it to work. So what else? Any other questions? Pop them in the chat for us. We're watching. Yeah.
Yeah, I just saw a question. Someone asked how to handle teaching students that white collar crime is not just offenses committed by high status individuals, which is something I really try hard to do because I want them to see that we are all more likely to be victims of white collar or financial crime than of a violent crime. And I think that can really connect them to this area of study. One thing I do is I start by having a unit on embezzlement, which is often, can be a mom and pop shop that has a bookkeeper that embezzles from them. And that gives them the impression that we're not just talking about Wall Street people. This is Main Street people as well. And that, financial crimes covers a large gamut, a big scope.
Yeah, for sure. What else? Other questions you guys are seeing? I'm trying to keep an eye on the chat. Any other questions?
I saw that Jenny answered.
Oh, good.
Her question about copyright, which I had. I was looking for that answer.
Right, I was too. I'm glad that you shared that for us. I am definitely. Certainly I've had my moments. The lawyer in me has been a little angsty at times when I've posted some stuff in my Canvas thinking, well, this is for educational purposes. I'm not trying to steal it. But yeah, and that was something I will share that I loved about Jenny's project is I think it resonates with our students to see things that are really relevant and new and they're fresh. And there's so many great resources out there, but sometimes they're a little dated and it's something you've been using for a while. And I think it's so meaningful to come up with, new kind of interesting things. I had in the midst of COVID, I had just a disaster with my internship students many of whom their job placements closed. And, about half of them were able to come up with remote tasks for those students to continue to do. And about half weren't. And so for me, that was a pretty significant number. It was 20 plus students who had nothing to do and needed to finish out the hours for that spring 2020 semester because they need the units, right? And I wasn't going to let them just not be able to complete the course. So something that I did that kind of mirrors Jenny's assignment was I took a couple of cool documentaries. I took a few different docu-series where I thought, hey, this is, all told, maybe this is 12 hours of criminal justice related viewing. And so I assigned kind of a docu-series type assignment for these students and said, hey, watch through this series. And after each episode, complete this survey and reflective response. And it just created a way for me to actually, I was desperate for just projects for these students who just needed work. But I will tell you that that's another one of those kind of happy accidents, if you will, where you go, okay, they loved it. They talked about how much they enjoyed. Like I had some of them watch the Flint Town documentary. There was a number where I just kind of tried to pull from all the areas of our very interdisciplinary universe, because these interns were not just law, kind of related students. They were across the board. And so I just pulled all those together and said, hey, here's a broad range of interesting things you can watch and do and read and report on. And I got to tell you, the most popular was the documentary or docuseries option. Hands down, most commonly selected option. And it allowed for them to, I think, have a lot of fun and engage with material that felt really important to them. feels really important to them.
I will say too, just really quick, if you do want to make sure that you ensure that fair use, educational use thing, it is nice to use something like Edpuzzle to stream your videos through, because then you can insert questions and discourse throughout it, and really just ensure that you're not just, copyright posting up something, but you also can put in those teacher notes.
Oh, that's great. So Edpuzzle, that's a great tip. Stephanie.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I don't normally teach the 121 course, the one that Lori's talking about, but I happen to have taught it last year in the middle of COVID. And of course, we're not sending them to the courtrooms. So I actually had them choose something from television. It could be a Law and Order series. It could be How to Get Away with Murder, anything that had a courtroom scene. A lot of them looked at Just Mercy. A lot of them looked at the Central Park 5 documentary. Yeah. A number of them watched 12 Angry Men, one or both, one of the versions, old or new, and they loved it. They were saying, "Wow, this is an old movie that I didn't think I was going to like, but I really did." A lot of them used my cousin Vinny, and that was the first time they'd seen it, and we're just dying of laughter. So yeah, they had a lot of fun. I mean, they had to bring in the integrity from the course, the material they were learning, but they could do it in a way that was a little bit more relaxing. And so that's how I just had them compare the court proceedings in the show with what they were learning about. And that got us around the having to go down to the courtroom. I figured even if they were open, the judges wouldn't appreciate it, given everything that was going on.
Thank you all so much. I know I need to hand it back. Jessica, thank you so much for having us.
I love y'all's approach. I wish that y'all had a podcast where we could dive fully into all of this, because I have so many notes on I should do this and I should do this. And I think it would be really great for other instructors, other professors to really engage like you guys are with the students. Lori, I have questions for you about have you partnered with urban studies because you were concerned about how the cities are oriented, but for the sake of time, I think it's important that we just take a step back and communicate maybe offline here, and definitely we'll have some time to communicate over the ice cream socials and everything at ACJS. I'm really excited for those. So
I appreciate that. And I would say, I think at any conference where I would normally have shook your hand and given you a business card, my hope is that folks will connect with us, and, that we can, that the collaboration that we are missing out on in some ways from our normal conferencing pattern.
There's no way for us to migrate these conversations to the hallway. Right?
Exactly. Normally I would have snuck outside and said, yeah. So yeah, reach out anytime.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take another, we're at 1:02 according to my computer. So let's take a 3-minute break in Mountain Time and come back here at 1:05 and get on to the next presentation. Thank you guys so much for what you've shared. It's really exciting.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm going to be taking over for Jessica. Thank you very much for your hostess duties this morning, Jessica. And I am going to welcome our next panelists. Our next paper presentations are on pedagogy and research in criminal justice, and the chair will be Victor Shaw from California State University, Northridge. Welcome, Victor. You able to get started? You are still muted.
You for reminding me.
There you are.
Hello, good afternoon,
Hello.
everyone. Welcome to event 3 or panel 3. At our panel, we have 3 papers. The panel is entitled Pedagogy and Research in Criminal Justice. So we know teaching relates to research enrich teaching, and teaching feedback research. So we just want to try to find a theme here, even though if you look at the papers individually, so they may not be so well related. But I think as we proceed, you will see in their content, there are some kind of relatedness among all 3 presentations. So I'm chairing the session. My paper is listed as the first one, but as a courtesy, I would kind of defer my presentation to later to the first 2, the second and the third. So I will present the last. So just in case we need a time, so we make sure our second and the third presentation will have enough time. So the second presentation is by Diana, Taylor, and David. So their research is about pedagogy. So here we know in teaching, contents, are very important. But their paper show us not only content matters, the way of delivery or the method of delivery is also critical, because it affects how the message is received by the students or by the recipients. So let's turn the podium to virtual podium to Diana, Taylor, and David, and let's hear from them.
Thank you, Victor. Let me share my screen here. And I'll get this. Whoops. Here we go. So I'm presenting on behalf of my colleagues, Talia Harmon and David Taylor as well. They are located at Niagara University. And what we'll be talking about, or I'll be talking about today, is a look at teacher method of delivery, particularly looking at how courses are delivered, whether they're in-person courses or online hybrid courses, and the impact that has on death penalty knowledge and support for the death penalty. So for those of us engaged in death penalty research, we are certainly excited about the fact that we are hitting the 50th anniversary of the landmark Supreme Court case, Furman versus Georgia in 1972. So next year will be a big year for many of us as we look at what's changed since the Furman decision. For those who are not familiar with the Furman decision, the death penalty was declared unconstitutional in 1972 based on how it was applied at the time. It was said to have been arbitrarily and capriciously applied, and those who were sentenced to death in 1972 had their cases commuted to life sentences. And there were over 300 people who were serving on death row at the time. And for about 4 years in our history, the death penalty was not in use. And it wasn't until the Gregg versus Georgia case that came 4 years later in 1976 that we saw the reimplementation of the death penalty in the US. But since then, much of the research that came out of the Furman case was done to look at the Marshall hypothesis. So Justice Marshall identified in his opinion that he believed that the more informed, so the sort of general sense of the Marshall hypothesis is that the more informed people are about the death penalty, the more opposed they will be to its use. And being more specific, his hypothesis focused on these three components: that American citizens know almost nothing about capital punishment, that people who were fully informed as to the purpose of the penalty and its liabilities would find the penalty shocking, unjust, and unacceptable, and that proponents of the death penalty, based primarily on the principle of retribution, will not alter their death penalty opinion based upon new information. So there have been a number of studies that have tested this Marshall hypothesis over the last 50 years. Some of the early landmark studies were Surratt and Vidmar in 1976, and then Vidmar and Dittenhofer in 1981, and then Lord, Ross, and Lepper in 1979. You'll see these studies cited in pretty much every test of the Marshall hypothesis, as they really did set the foundation for how some of this testing looks. What the first two studies found is they found that an increase in knowledge was directly associated with an increase in opposition to the death penalty, finding support for Marshall's hypothesis. On the other side, Lord, Ross, and Lepper, this study is often cited because what they found was a polarization effect, basically suggesting that people would be really selective about the information that's presented to them, and often they would find themselves supporting or more willing to sort of ingest the information that supports or strengthens their initial opinions. And we have seen very similar results over the last few decades associated with this. Now, one of the criticisms of many of these early studies and even current studies is that they don't often allow a sufficient amount of time for people to process and what we refer to as sort of wrestling with these very deep and complex issues that are associated with capital punishment. And this really conflicts with what Justice Marshall often refers to as being fully informed about the death penalty. So studies that often would have individuals reviewing a single essay or a scenario or attending one lecture, there's some suggestions that there are limitations to those studies because how fully informed can individuals be when those interventions are often very short and limited. Now, in the 1990s, Robert Boehm, who's often credited as being one of the experts, leading experts when it comes to public opinion and the death penalty, he and his colleagues really started to pioneer what they feel is an improved methodology. And that was basically looking at knowledge and support for the death penalty before and after taking a death penalty course. The idea is that a semester-long class, or I'm on the quarter system, as many of those us on the West Coast are, even a quarter-long class, but that before and after taking a class gets us closer to the ability to fully inform individuals about the death penalty. And since then, many studies have taken this approach, and what they have found relatively consistently is that the literature tends to support Marshall's conjecture that the more informed people are, the more opposed they become to the death penalty. Now, this study came about, so my colleague had been collecting this information about student opinions towards the death penalty with the intent solely to look at the Marshall hypothesis in this sort of pre-test, post-test method. What was interesting is that more recently, as things in our classrooms have evolved, that we are starting to utilize different methods of administering courses. As we know, online classes, hybrid classes, and in-person classes. And so we said, well, we have a really great opportunity to look at how method of delivery impacts both knowledge and opposition to the death penalty. And this became even more of something that we thought was important given the switch, the COVID switch. Many of us very quickly switched to online, and the embracing of the online and hybrid modalities as we're moving forward. Now, there has certainly been a pretty significant subsection of research in higher education that's looked at just a general difference in teaching methods of delivery. So the online versus in-person. And these are often looking at learning outcomes as well as student satisfaction. And so I just list a number of studies there for those who are interested, and I'm certainly happy to share this PowerPoint for those who are looking. We were really wanting to focus on those studies that are looking at methods of delivery for criminal justice or really closely related majors. And there were a number of studies, but they are certainly limited, and many are new because of this move to this online and hybrid formats. What we found was that this relatively modest body of literature can be grouped into several main areas. Studies that compare teaching methods that best predict student performance or student satisfaction, the efficacy of hybrid class offerings, and the examination of different teaching modalities in terms of sensitive topical courses. So just to briefly talk about this, the literature comparing different teaching modalities, when we are looking at student success or student performance, they're finding some mixed results. Stack in 2013 found that success was only found to be significant for what they identified as low academic achievers. But in contrast, Stack in 2015 and a different sample found that there was no significant differences in success or grades in a theory course analysis that they did. Hannay and Newvine in 2006 looked at a comparison of traditional face-to-face to online learning and found that students perceived that the distance education courses were overall more favorable and they had higher grades in the in-person counterparts. So again, we're seeing some difference. They favored the online versions but had better grades in the in-person. Hicks in 2014 found no significant difference in grades or student satisfaction. So we're seeing some without any difference in changes. And then with student satisfaction, Mazur and De Jong in 2003 found that the vast majority of students preferred traditional classroom. So we're seeing a lot of these changes and these differences, and we really wanted to look at this specifically with death penalty opinion. So we do believe that when we talk about the delivery of sensitive topical courses, that capital punishment and death penalty focused classes can be highly sensitive. Students have very strong opinions. Debates in the classroom on this can often be filled with lots of emotion, and students are certainly charged and have strong beliefs, but there hasn't been any specific research in this area. So we thought this is an opportunity for us to do this. Now, the methods that we use, the data was collected from the same instructor who taught a capital punishment course at both the undergraduate and graduate levels via in-person, online, and hybrid formats. They shared the same readings and materials were covered, the same topics were covered, and an attempt was made to keep things as consistent as possible across the modalities, but there is clearly a difference between in-class discussions and online discussions and those things. One of the things the instructor purposefully does not do is state their opinion about the death penalty, and tries to present things as unbiased as possible and really present objective information. The total sample size was 143 students, and it really focused on a pre-test, post-test design where students were took a survey prior to taking the class and then when the class was complete. Now, the variables we looked at, we had demographic variables of sex, race, religion, religiosity, and political affiliation. There was a lack of variation in the sample, and so we often had to dichotomize many of these variables, for example, sex and race. We also see this moving into the crime salience variable of prior victimization that ultimately was dichotomized into yes to previous victimization and no to not, as well as fear of crime. These are all pretty consistent in the public opinion and putativeness research as potential predictors. Then what's really important to us in the study were the educational variable of level of education, as these courses were taught at both the undergraduate and graduate levels, as well as method of delivery and face-to-face and hybrid and online formats. Now, it's important to note for the purpose of this study, we later had to dichotomize to in-person and hybrid online formats. So hybrid online were combined. And this really occurred because we understand that many universities define what's considered to be hybrid or online differently. And the online courses that were offered by this instructor at this university also had requirements of students attending 2 classes. They had like sort of a debate in the beginning and a debate at the end. And so the way the definition goes at many universities, that is not considered to be a fully online course because they do meet in person twice. So that's why we move this to combine both hybrid and online and dichotomize that variable. We use Lee, Bohm, and Pisani's knowledge about the death penalty scale and their opposition to death penalty scales. There were 21 knowledge items measured on true and false basis. Total, if they received they got the question right, they earned a point essentially. If they didn't, they did not. And those were then ultimately added an additive scale. Our analysis only includes 18 of the 21 items because the instructor did not teach about the other 3 items. And we did not want that to cause an issue in the data. Oh, I apologize about that. And then finally, the opposition to the death penalty scale. They used 36 statements using a 5-point Likert scale. Our primary dependent variable, I conducted a factor analysis. And so the primary DV used the first 11 items that loaded together were really strong predictors of death penalty opposition. Now we begin with our results looking at the sort of the pre-test and post-test differences. And so this was paired samples t-tests. And what we found first when it comes to knowledge is the results showed that the average score on the knowledge pre-test was about a 47.8% score, meaning they received on average 8.61 out of the 18 questions correct. And on the post-test instrument, the average score was 64.9%. This all suggests that on average, students increased their knowledge score by 17.1%, and it was found to be statistically significant in their t-test. At death penalty opposition, the mean opposition score at pre-test was a 30.77, and the mean opposition score at post-test was a 33.37. So we are starting to see that on average, students' opposition to the death penalty increased. So they became more opposed to the death penalty from pre-test to post-test. When we get into this, we started looking at method of delivery. And at first, we wanted to see, were there differences based upon the method of delivery at pretest? And what we found was there are no significant differences in either knowledge scores or death penalty opposition at pretest. So between whether students took it in person or in the online hybrid formats, we did not see significant differences in knowledge or death penalty opposition. We look at the hybrid at the post-test, and we found that hybrid and online students held significantly higher knowledge scores at post-test. So hybrid and online students held mean scores about 68.1% at post-test than students who took it in person. The in-person was on average 61.5% at post-test. So this is suggesting that students in the online or hybrid courses scored 6.6% higher on average than in-person students on their knowledge at post-test. And we found that to be statistically significant. We also found that students in the online hybrid courses held greater opposition to the death penalty at post-test, but this we found to be nearing significance or significant at the 0.1 level. So there we are drawing some caution when interpreting these findings. We also looked at class level. We did not find there to be any significant differences in either knowledge, in knowledge between the two groups. So whether they were undergraduate students or graduate students, the knowledge differences were not found at pre-test. Graduate students, however, had significantly higher knowledge scores at post-test than undergraduate students. So we did find that at post-test, our graduate students had on average about a 9.8% higher score on their knowledge scale than those who took the class as undergraduates. And then finally, we looked at a full regression model. So we wanted to start to control for the influence of the variables that we had measured and to look at it in terms of the dependent variable of death penalty opposition. The independent variables included were knowledge scores at post-test, method of course delivery, class level, gender, race, identifying as a Republican, prior victimization, and fear of crime. And I have the table in the next slide, so I'll just briefly kind of state these things, and then it might help as you see the table. Knowledge at post-test was a significant predictor of death penalty opposition, and at the 0.05 level, what we found was that some of the other variables like method of teaching, gender, and identifying as a Republican were found to be marginally significant predictors at the 0.10 level. So let's take a look at this model. So what we found was that as knowledge increased, we saw a corresponding 0.901 increase in opposition to the death penalty. So as people became more knowledgeable, they became more opposed. We also saw that method of delivery, as we went from in-person to hybrid online classes, we started to see an increase in death penalty opposition. And we similarly saw that females held higher opposition to the death penalty than male students. Last, in the opposite direction, we found that those who identified as a Republican held less opposition to the death penalty than those who didn't. There are some inherent limitations in this study. We had a small sample size. This came from one Catholic university in the Northeast, and this was also in a non-death penalty state. So we argue that this needs to be replicated in larger samples, more diverse samples, and in other areas of the country. And then finally, just talking about, so as I mentioned, the future research tests with larger, more diverse samples and varying teaching modalities, but also to look at some of the discussion here, which is really what was causing these differences? Why did students in the hybrid and online courses gain more knowledge, or why do they hold more opposition to the death penalty? And we can save some of this discussion for the end, but some of the initial thoughts here were really interesting. And I happened to do this data analysis right before I had met with a group of students via Zoom last spring. And, the students were really excited to talk about this. And some of the things they had said that were interesting was that they had found that in their online or hybrid classes, they felt as though they were required to do the readings more. They couldn't just come to class and attend a lecture. And if they didn't do the reading, they could gather the information in some other way. So they admitted that they were actually doing the readings more in their hybrid and online classes. They also talked about the fact that in hybrid and online classes, they attended lectures more, meaning they had access to their online lectures at all times. So if something came up, unlike in an in-person class, if they missed class, they didn't have access to that information, but in an online or hybrid class, they often did. And then finally, one of the things the students had said that we hadn't thought about as researchers is that in the pre-test and post-test administration in the online and hybrid classes, they did it online and they did have access to the answers if they wanted to look them up. So that was also something, is that students could have used other sources to help them in completing that questionnaire about their information. So those are some things. I'm certainly excited to hear what other folks might have to say about why we got the findings that we did. And I just excited, and I'll stick around for that.
Okay, thank you very much, Diana, for sharing this interesting research. Our next presentation will be by Michael. As you know, the criminal justice system is in the forefront of societal reaction to crime. And obviously, we talk about a societal reaction to crime or to criminal act or to deviance. So obviously, political ideology, cultural climate, and social mentality or perception toward crime matters. So Michael will talk about how police stops are affected by public opinion and the public or cultural political climate in our society. So here's Michael.
Thank you, Victor, for the introduction. My name is Dr. Michael Kwame Jojo-Menyo, and I will be presenting basically regarding public fear for immigrants and how that affect public support for police stops in the US. So there are various reasons and factors that have been found in the existing literature that has to do with public support for police stops in the US. I cannot still share my video, but I'll just continue presenting. I don't know what is up with it. But one of the major factors that have been found in the existing literature that influence public support or public fear for immigrants has to do with the correlation that have been found between immigrants and then crime. So some studies have suggested that as immigrant populations increase in the US, there's also a correlation with increase in crime. There's also group conflict and instrumental group conflict theories that suggest that competition between immigrants and then native citizens tend to increase whilst immigration numbers increase in a nation. Intergroup contact and demographic studies also suggest that as native populations experience or come to contact with different immigrant populations and different aspects of immigrant populations, either good or bad, it tends to either decrease or increase their perception about immigrant populations, and that can affect the fear factor that they have about immigrant populations. Other studies have also found that socio-demographic factors have also contributed to how the general public perceive or the fear factor that they have for immigrant populations. So the idea of this study basically is to look at how public fear for immigrants influence public perceptions towards police stops that are targeted at immigrants. However, previous studies that have looked at police stops and immigrants in the US tend to look at immigrants in general. But with this study, we decided to look at two different types of immigrants because the notion or the idea is that public perceptions towards illegal immigrants and immigrants with criminal background is going to be high, and then that will lead to public support for police stops that are targeted at illegal immigrants and then immigrants with criminal backgrounds. Also, this study decided to do this particular study that focused on illegal immigrants and then immigrants with criminal background because there's a lack of research in that particular area that looks at immigrants with illegal immigrants and then immigrants with a criminal background. So as I said, the basic goal of this study is to measure the effect of fear of immigrants on public support or public attitude towards police stops targeted at illegal immigrants and then immigrants with a criminal background. So we decided to get a secondary data from the Public Religion Research Institute, which is a non-partisan independent organization that they use a probability sample and then also a national representative sample in their surveys. So the respondent for the data set that we used was 1,018 respondents from all the 50 states in the US, and the data was collected in 2018. So what are the main measures that we use in our study? So the dependent variable focus on public opinion or public support for police stops targeted at illegal immigrants and then immigrants with a criminal background. Majority of the respondents, 53% of the respondents supported police stops targeted at illegal immigrants and then immigrants with a criminal background. For the fear of immigrants variable, we decided to use five questions in the survey to measure public fear for immigrants. There was not a direct question that measured public fear of immigrants, so that's the reason why we decided to use these 5 questions. So the first question looks at public support for border walls against immigrants entering the United States, and majority of the respondents also favored that. The second question had to do with public support for laws that prevent immigrants from entering the US, and then majority of the respondents also favored that. The third question had to do with public support for laws and policies that separate parents from children at the border when entering the United States, and then majority of the respondents also favored that. The fourth question had to do with public support for not accepting refugees and immigrants facing danger in their countries to enter into the US, and majority of the respondents also favored that. The final question had to do with public support for making conditions difficult for illegal immigrants to force them to return to their home countries, and majority of the respondents also favored that. So we also added several control variables, and some of the control variables were related to the socio-demographic characteristics of respondents. But we also added some political variables that has to do with public trust in political institutions that have to do with immigration issues. Also, we also added a question that measures the public perception of the US international reputation when it comes to its immigration policy as at that time. So because the dependent variable was a binary variable, we used binary logistic regression to measure the effect of fear of immigrants on public support for police stops against illegal immigrants and then immigrants with a criminal background in the US. So the key findings and results from this study, the first one is public support for police stops against illegal immigrants and immigrants with a criminal background. Majority of the respondents supported police stops that are targeted at illegal immigrants and then immigrants with a criminal background, which is not surprising. Based on the fear of immigrants questions that we used, the 5 questions, majority of the respondents also showed some degree of fear of immigrants based on their support for various immigration policies that are targeted at immigrants. Regarding the moral obligation of the US as a leader of the free world and then its immigration policies and how the public or the citizens perceive the US when it comes to its immigration policy, we see that that also has a relationship or correlates with an association with the dependent variable, which is public support for police stops targeted at illegal immigrants. So meaning that Americans consider how other nations look at them and perceive them based on the policies that the US undertakes when it comes to immigration, and then their attitude towards police stops targeted at illegal immigrants. We also identified that trust in public institutions, especially the presidency and then Congress, the 2 main that were measured in this survey, also has a correlation with public attitude towards police stops targeted at illegal immigrants and then immigrants with a criminal background. Based on public trust in political institutions, it's not surprising that political ideology and party affiliation or identification also correlates with public attitude towards police stops targeted at illegal immigrants and then immigrants with a criminal background. The surprising variable that correlates with public attitude towards immigrants was sexual orientation. Our initial thought, though this requires further studies to probably understand it better, was that most people who are non-heterosexual have gone through a lot of challenges and acceptance. So they seem to sympathize with immigrants. And that might be a contributing factor to why that variable correlates with public attitude and public support for immigrants in the United States, and police stops targeted at immigrants. Also, people who are heterosexual, who are against and have strong religious background, who tend to support public policies that are targeted at illegal immigrants and immigrants with a criminal background in the United States. So what are the overall findings and recommendations? So overall, this study finds that the fear of immigrants influence public attitude towards immigrants, especially support for police stops that are targeted at illegal immigrants and then immigrants with a criminal background. Secondly, we found out that political variables such as public trust in political institutions, political ideology, and party identification also influence public attitude towards police stops that are targeted at illegal immigrants and then immigrants with a criminal background. So based on that, we provided some recommendations, and our recommendations are that fear of immigrants and studies that look at fear of immigrants are rooted in misconceptions about immigrants, and that can be addressed through public education, and also intergroup contact between immigrants and then native populations can also improve public perception about immigrants and reduce the fear that the public has about immigrants. Also, polarization in the United States has led to lack of public trust in the existing institutions to handle issues of immigration. So working through that political polarization can help to improve public trust in existing political institutions that can also increase or reduce public fear of immigrants in the United States. So limitations of the present study, like most studies, there are some limitations that needs to be addressed. So the first limitation has to do with desirability bias. Because we use a survey data set, oftentimes people tend to give answers that are different from their actual position on a particular issue or question. And that has to do with desirability bias. And that is something that survey research tend to deal with. Also, future studies can also broaden some of the measures that we use. So for example, we looked at measures that have to do with illegal immigrants, but other aspects of illegal immigrants besides police stops can be considered. Furthermore, since we did not use a specific variable that has to do with public fear of immigrants, it is really hard to actually measure the actual effect of fear on police, public attitude towards police stops targeted at illegal immigrants. So future studies can look at creating a variable that measures specifically public fear of immigrants and how that influence public support for police stops targeted at illegal immigrants and immigrants with a criminal background. Thank you, and that will be all for my presentation. I think Victor wants to present, and after that, we can have our questions.
Thank you very much, Michael. Very interesting research, and it's marvelous for Michael to share this great amount of information in less than 15 minutes. That's marvelous.
Thank you, Victor.
And I want to commend you for that.
Thank you, Victor.
Okay, so let's, as Michael mentioned, let's move on. And so I will make my presentation, and then by the end of my presentation, and the audience will have the opportunity to raise questions. So let me share my screen with you guys. Okay, can you see my screen? I assume you can. Okay, so my paper is very straightforward. So obviously when we do research, we need to work with
Dr. Shah, I'm sorry, we cannot see your screen.
Oh, you cannot. Oh, let me see what's going on. Let me see. I guess I have to click share screen, right? Then, oh, I have so many screen there. Now, can you see my screen?
That looks great. Thank you.
Oh,
You
okay,
can
great.
start presenting using the icon in the top left or the start share.
Okay. Now can you you can see my screen, right?
Yes, go ahead and click what your cursor is on.
Right. Yeah. So let me share, do slideshow.
That looks
okay. So now I can proceed, right?
yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, my research, my presentation is very straightforward. When we do research, we need to work with our research subjects, and or research participants, that's where we get information. So obviously in criminal justice studies and our research subjects have some problem experience in their life. So they either have committed a crime or have committed deviance. They have lived a life or unconventional life, and so their mindset, their mentalities are, quite different from us, as ordinary individuals in conventional world. So obviously there are a lot of issues how to reach out to them, and then once you have them on your list for interview or for research, and then you have to really involve them in the research process. And then also in social sciences, we do not just seek knowledge for the sake of knowledge. We also want to use knowledge to change, to change people, or to change the way people live their lives. Or hopefully, then we can change society. So we also need to basically empower them, and so give them to overcome the shadow in their life. So, but this paper will basically just focus on one of the several issues regarding research subjects, just how to engage and involve them in the research process. And so basically the paper, there are two parts, and the first part to identify major challenges and in working with these people, and then what strategies we use to get them in the process. And so challenges. So basically, living in the shadow of the mainstream society, participants with problem experiences tend to exhibit a great deal of uneasiness and nervousness when facing queries into their personal lives by researchers. Reactions to queries from these participants can be identified in 5 common types. So that's what we call challenges. The first, obviously, suspicion. Suspicion invokes caution, reservation, or resistance. It comes as a natural defense for any group that is marginalized in society. Among participants in problem experience, suspicious reasoning goes as follows. The researchers, they look clean, neat, and sophisticated. They are definitely not the same type of people as we are. And then are they then undercover police officers, private detectives, or secret government agents who are here to monitor us, trick us, or get us? So these are kind of typical feelings, or what do they have in their mind when they are approached by us. And then bashfulness, looking into the lives they lead. Participants with problem experiences tend to question their worthiness for attention from social establishments. So when we say, oh, we are researchers, we want to learn from you, then they would naturally wonder, what is special about us? Do we have any interesting information to offer? And are we worthy of any serious study by scientists? So that's pretty commonsensical. And then shame, especially if our research questions touch upon some sensitive moments in their life, participants with the problem experiences might wrestle spiritually with what they have done in deviancy and criminality. Being contacted for research can trigger the conscience of guilt, shame, and self-blame for their deviant and criminal acts. They might insist those are dirty secrets or personal low lows. They are buried or to be forgotten, or we cannot bear our own shame to visit and reveal those secrets. So again, these are typical reactions. And the fear. Fear is a typical state of mind among participants with problem experiences. Although they do not find much comfort or security in the status quo, they are often fearful of any change in the future or something different. Toward research and the researchers, participants with the problem experiences tend to become fixated on various unfavorable outcomes they perceive or conjure for participation. So of the result, what it could happen if I tell my stories. So we will be looked down upon, we will be reported to the authorities, or we will be put under danger. So with this kind of fear, they are likely to withdraw from research, or if they stay on research, they are likely to withhold information critical to our understanding. And then different from the previous 4 reactions, there are also overconfident participants. So different from the other 4 reactions, overconfidence grows typically among participants who have been studied multiple times by researchers from different organizations. So here, this is the issue. I think it's kind of alert to us as researchers, because believe or not, so like some halfway houses or drug treatment centers, they are easily accessible, and so they have gathered problem typical research subjects in one location. So they are likely to be working with different research organizations or different researchers. So their clients are more or less likely being studied by different researchers. So that's why some I have personally encountered this kind of situation. So in Los Angeles, they feel they know more about research than research knows about them. In simple symptom of overconfidence, some participants might surprise the researcher with responses to questions that are yet to be given in the interview. The overconfident participants might even attempt to mislead the researcher in the process of a serious inquiry. So we need to be aware of that. And then what strategies? I mean, especially in the field, we just need to do something to make sure our research stays on track. So taking into account the various feelings that the participants with the problem experiences hold toward research, what can research do to ensure that participants included in the study participate meaningfully? Although researchers have to take concrete measures to deal with the participants' feelings, they can always consider and use some general strategies. So here we talk about a general strategy. Again, it's very commonsensical explanation. So researchers should be honest and straightforward by telling who they are, what they do, and why they have taken up the study in question. They can clear most concern and suspicion from participants. For example, a researcher might begin with some stereotypical perceptions about a particular type of problem behavior, explain how he or she has doubts about those perceptions, how he or she is determined to disprove stereotypes by research, and how he or she plans to use findings from research to change general attitudes toward people involved in the behavior, and perhaps change social services as well. So you have to make sure, what you do pertain to what did they experience, or what did they suffer, or what did they look forward to in the future. Okay, and then emphasizing, a researcher should bring his or her human spirit of understanding and concern while working in the field with participants in problem experience. He or she might empathize with the participants in a tragic circumstance, yet can never, but yeah, here another kind of thing to be careful about, can never directly question the victim or sufferer about the cause of his or her misfortune. For example, a researcher can alleviate the pain of a participant recalling her experience by saying, oh, I had a similar experience when I was young. One of my cousins was addicted to this substance also, or it even happens to college students, some of them financing their education by way of prostitution. And so change of topic. This strategy is considered general because it is used frequently for interviewing participants with problem experiences. At the beginning of a study session, a researcher might talk about traffic, news, weather, to prepare, basically to warm up participants for serious questioning. In the middle of an interview, one might have to change the topic temporarily when participants fear an insurmountable amount of shame, fear, or pain about a particular experience. I remember in the jail when I interviewed a young lady, and he just burst into tears. So then you have to basically change the topic, talk something else, to comfort her. So with the proper experience, a researcher might even sequence the interview schedule so that intense questions are balanced naturally by relaxing ones. And then the provision of incentives. Most participants with the problem experiences are materially deprived. Tangible benefits such as food certificate, telephone calling cards, and the petty cash, when appropriate, can be powerful in overcoming their reluctance and securing their cooperation. A moral precaution. Here, I think most of us are aware of that. On the part of our researcher is that he or she does not take advantage of participants and their material deprivation. So we know you want to cash. So we basically exploit your material deprivation. So we need to be careful about avoiding to do that. Specifically, we should not employ incentives to coerce participants into a research project. And we should not use material incentives to compensate participants for any pain they might have to go through in the research process. And we should not count on material incentives to diffuse suspicion that a participant might have toward research. In other words, suspicion, shame, fear, and other mental reservation must be addressed with the human feelings, with the empathy. And then framing. By framing, a researcher organizes participant responses and field observations in the framework of his or her original research design, so that he or she is not unduly influenced by unanticipated incidents in the field. So framing is especially important and necessary when dealing with overconfident participants. So researchers need to be calm and cool-headed with a large picture of the issue in mind. They might give an overconfident participant a shock treatment by pointedly discrediting one piece of information when he or she has provided. They might implicitly suggest that they hold more systematic knowledge about the issue by promptly putting into perspective any stories told by the participant. Alternatively, they might just stay on course, keeping to their unique research framework, showing that they have a totally different agenda from that assumed by overconfident participants. So framing, of course, framing can be used for other occasions, for other issues, but here, obviously, we just talk about how to deal with overconfident participants. So we will not be misled by their information. So I think again, my presentation is very simple, straightforward, commonsensical, and so I stop here. Now let's go back to our panel, and so let me see. So I stop sharing my screen. So let me see. Okay, so go back. Okay, here we go. So now we can open up for questions for Diana or for Michael.
We have some questions that Diana has already answered, so I would direct the attendees to the Q&A on the screen to see Diana's answers there. And Victor, you actually answered the question as well, because this question came in before you started talking about incentives. I don't know if you want to address it again. We do have another panel that is set to start momentarily, so if we can keep this really short, that'd be great.
Okay, I defer to Michael and Diana. And so any question for Michael and Diana?
I don't see any additional questions. I will encourage people who do have questions to go ahead and put them in the chat. The presenters will be able to answer them there.
Yeah, that's the beauty of online presentation.
It is.
Yeah, so we can take care of issues, via different channels. That's marvelous. So looks like we are managing our time very well, and we started actually 10 minutes later. We get all our presentations done within the time frame, and so we do not leave any strain on the next panel. And so we'll Jennifer, unless you have anything to for us, and then we can conclude that, right?
All right, I think this panel is concluded. Thank you all for your presentations. You're doing such interesting research. It's wonderful to hear from you. So we will, rather than taking a break, I think we're just going to go ahead and start with the 1 o'clock panel now. I'm going to introduce our chair, a familiar face, Taryn Vanderpyle from Western Oregon University and WACJ incoming first vice president is going to be chairing this panel on COVID-19 and the criminal justice system. So Taryn, are you ready? Hold on one second. Let's take a quick break while we figure out how to get Taryn into the presenter mode.
That sounds great. Actually, I have a question for Michael as we deal with the technological problems. Michael, I love the work that you're doing. I think that's really exciting. I have a question for you about whether your work is focused specifically on the dogs, the humans, or the policy.
Hey, Jessica, I'm in here now. Sorry about that. Was your question directed at Michael?
It was.
Michael, were you able to hear her question and address that quickly?
Nope. Okay. I will hand it over to you.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your patience there. Oh, Michael, I hear you now. Do you want to go ahead and address that?
Hello, Jessica. I didn't get your question. Can you please repeat what you said?
Just for time's sake, if you can check the chat, I included a question very similar to that to you. Just wondering whether you're focused on the dogs, the people, or the policies around immigration. but for the sake of time, I will go ahead and hand it off to Taryn. I would love to connect with you more about the work that you're doing, because it's stellar.
The question I was actually responding to it, so that's why I got lost in the all.
You're also good at technology after all this time on Zoom.
Yeah, so I don't do stuff with dogs, but one of my co-authors on this paper actually does stuff with canine dogs. And so that would also be an interesting person that if you love to connect with. And but yes, we can still talk about it later on in person.
Yes, absolutely. We can do it in the side chat. That's good too.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jessica. I'm actually wanting to reach out quickly as we go ahead and start event number 4 on COVID-19 in the criminal justice system. I'm Taryn Vanderpyle, and I will be presenting, but I'm wondering if my other presenters on the panel would like to go first. I want to make sure you get in all the time you need, and I can go after you, and I can be as short or as long as we have time for. So is anybody from Washington State University ready to go? Would you like to go ahead and present?
I can go ahead and go now. I think mine is on a bit on the shorter side as well. But
okay, Megan, you go ahead and you take whatever amount of time you want.
Okay, thank you.
Megan, we cannot hear you.
Sorry about that. Just one moment.
No problem, Megan. You're sounding pretty good now. In fact, if you do want me to go ahead and go, I can do that while you're working on your tech issues, and we'll just take turns having technical difficulties.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let me go ahead and share my screen here. Okay. All right, thank you for your patience, everybody. So I'm looking at obviously ignoring public safety, health, and science. And Jessica or somebody, please step in if you are not able to see my screen and let me know. I'm looking at how the politics decided the value of life behind bars during the COVID-19 pandemic. So as you know, this pandemic has shown a glaringly bright light on the value of life choices made regarding incarcerated persons and for whom which level of health risk is deemed acceptable by those in positions of authority. So both state and federal governments are tasked with addressing the unprecedented crisis of housing human beings for the sake of punishment, while being overrun by a virus that thrives in close quarters, forcing decisions on whose life was worth protecting. So incarceration, which is already problematic, now also includes near guaranteed exposure to a potentially deadly disease. The very conditions of incarceration have long been identified as unhygienic and unhealthy. Now, however, the overcrowded environment also promotes the spread of COVID-19, providing ideal conditions for the virus to overwhelm facilities and wipe out vulnerable inmates en masse. Issues of concern include, but are not limited to, prison overcrowding, limits on the amount of soap an inmate is allowed to possess. What I last heard was those little like hotel size soap bars. They could have one for every 2 weeks. There's no hand sanitizer because that's considered contraband because people drink it and you shouldn't do that. That's really gross. And an absolute inability to socially distance. There's also insufficient healthcare services and resources and much more. So additionally, fruitless efforts to quarantine inside facilities have led to large-scale lockdowns or those showing symptoms being placed in solitary confinement. So people were learning not to show symptoms. And if they see corrections officers coming around with the temperature gun, to somehow duck out of sight because they don't want to be put in solitary confinement. So either option is by definition cruel and unusual punishment. Further, there's the confounding dilemma of an aging prison population And with age comes an increased risk of infection and probability of death from the virus. The very experience of living in prison causes accelerated aging. For this reason, one is considered elderly at the age of 50 to 55 when they're on the inside, compared to 65 in the community. Prisoners over the age of 50 are the fastest growing portion of the incarcerated population in the United States due to years of tough on crime sentencing. With the expansion of elderly populations in prison and exacerbation of health problems from living in such a setting, there is a significant portion of the population who are already medically fragile and vulnerable prior to introducing the virus. Although early releases and compassionate releases are indeed happening in response to the pandemic, most of the elderly population is left out of consideration because of the crimes they were convicted of many years ago. Most adults in custody who are over 55 and have already served lengthy sentences were convicted of violent person-to-person crimes when they were young. While the public can agree on decreasing prison populations during the pandemic, they're less likely to support releasing those considered violent offenders. This makes such a move politically dangerous, and it is politicians who make these decisions. So using a research randomizer tool, I selected 20% of the 50 states, so just 10 states for analysis. And those states were Arkansas, Kansas, Maine, Maryland, Mississippi, Rhode Island, Tennessee, Utah, Vermont, and Wyoming. In a comparison of early release criteria across this random sampling of 10 states, here's what I found. 5 of the 10 states announced they would consider early release of those who were within a specified range of time to their original release dates. The amount of times were as short as 90 days in Utah. So if you were going to get out in 3 months anyway, then okay, we'll consider it. To as long as 4 years in Rhode Island. So they looked at a much bigger population. Maryland specified 4 months. Arkansas said 6 months. And Maine left the length of time unclear. They just said, if you're within a certain amount of time to the gate. Arkansas and Maryland both specified they would not consider early release for anyone convicted of a violent crime, no matter the risk to their health or their demonstrated rehabilitation. So further, they also excluded anyone convicted of a sex offense. In addition, Arkansas specified that early release must be approved by the parole board. So even if you were identified for early release, you still had to go see the parole board. The other states with release criteria stated only that inmates must not be a risk to public safety, but they didn't specify the way in which that was determined. And finally, as of December 31st, 2020, the states Kansas, Tennessee, and Wyoming had announced no plans to release any state prison inmates because of COVID-19. Mississippi considered the release of only those being held pre-trial on a felony charge who were also eligible for bail and had already served at least 90 days in jail. So their pre-trial, they were eligible for bail, but they've already spent at least 90 days, which means they couldn't pay their bail. That's a whole nother presentation. Vermont claimed to have released 200 inmates because of the virus, but no release criteria or specifications were publicly available. Interestingly, although public safety is purported as a main factor in early release decisions and debates, inmates who meet the above listed criteria that we talked through are statistically more likely to reoffend than those who are older and have been in prison for long sentences resulting from conviction of a violent crime. Someone who was convicted of murder when they were young and has spent a long time in prison is actually the least likely to reoffend compared to all other categories. However, they are the most frightening to society and carry the greatest stigma. So although these elderly pariahs are the least risk to public safety, they are the most at risk for deadly consequences of COVID-19. The criminal justice system is responsible for holding people accountable for the harm they have caused. It is not, however, responsible for causing additional harm. The level of harm and risk exposure is relative, as people are ranked according to their value of life in comparison to others in the same situation. Inmates are evaluated and put into categories of their subjective and relative value, then essentially ranked according to acceptable levels of risk exposure to COVID-19. Formal assessments of risk of reoffending may be applied. However, in the end, the person making the decision about how much risk from COVID-19 is acceptable compared to the assessed risk of reoffending is also taking into account the political ramifications of their decisions. The politics may often weigh more heavily than the evidence behind the criteria. In other words, an elderly inmate who was long ago convicted of murder, although the lowest threat to public safety, is the biggest threat in public relations. Therefore, it is determined that it is acceptable to keep these inmates at risk to COVID-19 because they are determined to have lower value of life than those who are more politically and socially palatable. The way in which these decisions are made places people into a hierarchy that is purely subjective and based on selfish motives. When evaluating value of life, an individual's value is relative to others also involved in these decisions, and that in that people are placed into a subjective hierarchy, like you can see in the figure here, with those at the bottom being the ones who are placed into the most risk. In this pandemic, inmates who have been convicted of violent crimes are at the bottom of the hierarchy with the lowest value of life. Thus, putting them in situations of heightened risk is considered both acceptable and justifiable. Evidence of value of life decisions is clear when the level of risk exposure considered allowable is different based on whom is at risk. Social, political, and criminal stigma become leading factors in decisions about whose life is acceptable to put at risk or at least leave in harm's way. In other words, one person's life is determined to be less valuable than another's. Decisions such as these are subjective, no matter the assessments employed. They are inevitably filled with bias and ulterior motives. Decision makers are selecting those whom they feel most comfortable exposing to the highest levels of risk to their health for reasons that have nothing to do with evidence on public safety. For example, Missouri Governor Mike Parsons stated he will not release anyone due to the pandemic because they are in prison for a reason. Similarly, Vermont Human Services Secretary Mike Smith said that anyone over 60 who is still in prison remains because they are hardcore criminals. And these are people that are dangerous to our society. We are not going to release these people. It is evident these are value of life decisions based on politics rather than public safety. I absolutely hope this makes you look at decisions differently, or at least give them a little more critical thought. Consider the questions on the slide here. Who benefits and who is burdened? Who is safe and who is at risk? Who is making the decisions? And what are the contributing factors? We see value of life choices made everywhere, affecting vulnerable and marginalized populations every day. This is only one of many examples. And once you start to recognize them, they are hard to miss. In fact, they are so pervasive that a colleague and I are now putting together an edited book of an interdisciplinary look at different examples of value of life. So I would encourage you, if you're interested in continuing this conversation, to please reach out to me. My email is there and I can put it in the chat. And I'm happy to continue the conversation. And after our next presentation, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you. And Megan, I can turn it back over to you if you are ready.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Okay, hi everyone. Can everyone see my screen okay?
Yes, looks great.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Megan Parks. I'm a graduate student in the Department of Criminology and Criminal Justice at Washington State University. And today I'll be presenting on a project titled An Exploratory Study of Police Agencies' Initial Perceptions and Concerns Related to COVID-19 And today I'm presenting on behalf of a larger research team at Washington State University. So just to start, the goals of this study really are to better understand police experiences in responding to the COVID crisis. So over 2020 and 2021, we've really seen that police have been the front line of response in addressing and or enforcing COVID-related mandates and orders. So with this descriptive study, we really hope to shed light on the concerns of police supervisors specifically, and their perceptions of the quickly implemented changes and issues. We argue that their concerns should be central to our understanding of the initial impact of COVID on police operations, the long-term impacts of the pandemic on police work, and any targeted policy recommendations relating to training, preparedness, and crisis resilience. We also argue that highlighting the practitioner's voice is important, especially given the current context, and understanding how leaders and agencies are handling the crisis is important to our understanding of police organizational response to COVID as a whole. So we were granted permission from the International Association of Chiefs of Police, the IACP, and the Center for Evidence-Based Crime Policy at George Mason University and the authors to replicate a larger survey that they conducted specifically in the state of Washington. So their original survey that they conducted was sent to 6,402 chief executives from 5,800 law enforcement agencies in the United States and Canada that were all part of the IACP. And they had 989 surveys returned by April 3rd, 2020. So throughout the presentation today, we compare agency responses by the size of the agency, simplified as either a large agency or a small agency. We do this because with the results at this stage, we're particularly interested in how perceptions and concerns vary by agency size and their ability to withstand the crisis. Much of the literature in policing and newer research that has come out focused on rural law enforcement agencies' struggles during the pandemic has really brought to light often overlooked concerns faced by smaller and rural agencies. First, difficulties faced by smaller and rural agencies that existed before the coronavirus, such as staffing shortages, may impact their response to the changes. Further, the ability to adequately serve a population if a sizable portion of the officers become ill is a particularly relevant concern for smaller agencies where officers are already spread thin. And another difficulty confronting these smaller agencies has been a lack of financial resources, as low budgets have been standard in rural areas for years. Although few, if any, agencies in the United States had anticipated a pandemic, some were equipped with broader disaster plans, which, given what we know about these smaller and rural agencies, funding and staffing shortages, we may expect them to be somewhat less prepared once. So again, we distributed a survey via Qualtrics with 30 questions that were based on that IACP study. These questions cover topics such as increases in specific types of crimes, disagreements on enforcing stay-at-home orders, and priorities identified as key areas for COVID-19 research as it pertains to law enforcement issues. Those were identified by the Police Executive Research Forum. We did not record identifying information from any of the responding agencies. Our survey was distributed in August 2020, so keep in mind the Washington stay-at-home order occurred in March 2020, and many jurisdictions were enforcing those mask mandates, social distancing, and gathering limits. The survey was distributed with assistance from the Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs, and it was directed to sheriffs and chiefs of the organization, but also keep in mind that it's common that these chiefs and sheriffs designate a knowledgeable leadership team member to complete the surveys for them, sometimes with the help from crime analysts or planning units in these larger agencies. So in terms of the sample, we received 113 unique survey responses. There are 279 police agencies in Washington state. As mentioned for this presentation, we compare the descriptive results between small and large agencies. So small agencies are agencies that have 50 employees or less. 73 of the responding agencies were considered small, and large agencies have 50 or more employees, and 37 of the responding agencies were considered large. Just to briefly cover some of the results that have come out of the survey so far, in terms of whether or not agencies agreed that they were enforcing the mask order, we found that most disagreed or strongly disagreed that they were enforcing this mask order. despite agency size. So this aligns with related recent research, which found that in mid to late spring of 2020, law enforcement agencies in the US had also largely been hesitant to enforce stay-at-home orders as well. So research on smaller and rural agencies highlights the struggles that they already face in terms of recruitment and hiring. So at the time of the survey, we see that larger departments were able to continue recruitment and hiring activities, while smaller agencies reported that they were not able to continue those activities. Most agencies, despite what size, did report adopting formal policies to reduce or limit proactive traffic or pedestrian stops. We also found that most agencies adopted policies to reduce or limit community-oriented policing activities despite agency size. And most agencies, again, despite size, either agreed or strongly agreed that they significantly changed their response to at least 20% or more of their calls for service. And at the time of the survey, most agencies, not comparing by size, were highly concerned about mental health related calls, domestic violence, and fraud. And then in terms of perceptions, most agencies, both large and small, agreed or strongly agreed that individual agencies should be able to decide whether or not they enforce a mask order. In comparison to those IACP results from their survey study, this is just kind of a glimpse at how our results compare. We found that 60% of Washington survey responding agencies had stopped or significantly changed their response to at least 20% or more of those calls for service, while only 43% of the IACP respondents had. 85% of Washington survey responding agencies provided their officers with formal guidance to reduce their use of physical arrests for minor offenses, while 76% of the IACP responding agencies had. 95% of responding agencies in Washington noted that the jail or correctional facility that intakes agency arrestees had already restricted the types of arrestees it would receive because of COVID, whereas 65% of the IAC responding agencies had. And then lastly, 63% of Washington responding agencies were still continuing their recruitment hiring activities, while 52% of IACP responding agencies were. So keeping in mind here the variance we found in agency size in Washington. So really our next goal for this research, we want to send out a second wave of the survey to compare and contrast changes in concerns and perceptions over time, while also looking at how the COVID cases in Washington may or may not impact agency responses. Once we have results from that second survey, we would like to better understand whether agencies' initial concerns align with changes in calls for service or crime rates. And lastly, we hope to gain a better understanding of the difference between large and small agencies and their ability to withstand and adjust to crises. Importance of this type of study, we really argue that understanding supervisor perspectives and concerns as they manage the COVID-19 crisis is important to our understanding of police agency response as a whole. Highlighting practitioner voice in our research is always important, but understanding how leaders are managing the changes provides an understanding of the entire agencies. As researchers attempt to assist agencies as they navigate COVID changes, it's important that we're paying adequate attention to context. So things like size, agency size, funding, resources, staff, and training. And lastly, this type of research and survey really reiterates the important contribution and role that practitioner voice should have in our evidence-based policing and policymaking. Here are the references. And here is the contact information for our research team. And then that's, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Great job. Jennifer, did any questions come in that we can address? Oh, you're muted.
Sorry, I couldn't type my question into the box, but I was wondering, are there states that, are you looking at, Taryn, with your research? I know you were looking at the policies and the eligibility. Were you looking at the actual rates of people who were being let out early, or just at the policies?
I was just looking at the policies for that little study. I did it in particular. There is a tracking website that, of course, since I'm trying to remember it on the spot right now, I'm completely blanking. But there is a website that's keeping track of every state and what they claim they're going to do and what they're actually doing. There's a big disparity there. Like in Oregon, for example, the governor asked the Department of Corrections for a list of people they would recommend considering for release, and they gave her a list of over 3,000 people to consider out of the different prisons that we have here. And she initially released off that list of over 3,000, I think it was 72. So the way that information is shared is not always that thorough. You might see like governor releases 72 people. You won't see governor was recommended to release 3,000 people. It all depends on being able to follow, like following multiple sources to find out what really is going on. And some states are a little more secretive and some a little more I shouldn't have said secretive. Some states are a little more transparent than others. I'll just put it that way.
And that is, let me see here, hold on. Yes, that is a question from the last panel. Sorry about that. Let me check the chat as well. Okay. Okay, I am not seeing any additional questions. Megan, I'm sorry, what were you going to be doing on the next stage of your research?
Well, first, we just wanted to send out a second wave of the survey with the same questions, just to kind of compare and contrast over time, looking at their concerns and perceptions and maybe how that's changed, while also looking at the changes in COVID cases in Washington State over time as well.
It would be interesting to see how that changes again, because the experience of the whole pandemic has changed, and Washington has gone through shutting down, opening up, shutting down, maybe opening up. We don't know. So yeah, I think that second wave sounds really, really interesting too. And to be able to compare the first and second.
Right.
Yeah, good work.
Right. I think that is I think that's all the questions that we have. I just want to thank you both for your presentations. You guys are doing such wonderful research. It's fascinating to hear about it. We are going to take a break now until tomorrow, when we will have presentations starting at, oh gosh, the time zones, 10 o'clock Pacific time, 11 o'clock.
We do still have the business meeting after this. Just so.
Right, we do. So we have the business meeting starting at 2 o'clock. I'm going to put the link to that in the chat. It's a different link because it's a regular Zoom meeting. And that is at 2 o'clock. And then tomorrow's presentations are, there's a Zoom link in the program. So please join us tomorrow. All right. Thank you, everyone. And thanks to all the presenters. Let's see if I can get this in the chat.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Megan. Thanks, Taryn. And thanks everyone for joining us. Thank you, Jessica, for wrangling us, and Jacob. And we will see you all tomorrow or at 2 o'clock at the business meeting.